Tonight, you are not merely listening to a voice. You are stepping into the inner sanctuary where all things are made, where every shape, every event, every dollar you will ever hold is first born as a quiet assumption. Close your eyes. Let the noise of the outer world fall behind you like a fading echo, and allow yourself to enter the holy ground of your own imagination. Here, you and I meet not as student and teacher, but as two states of the same being, the self that desires and the self that already is. Perhaps tonight you carry the memory of bills, responsibilities, uncertainties. But that is the old story. And tonight we do not rehearse the old stories. We plant new ones, because the subconscious mind, this silent, obedient power, creates your world not from effort, not from work, but from acceptance, not from struggle, but from assumption. You do not manifest what you want. You manifest what you are willing to feel as true. Take a slow breath in through the nose and let it fall out gently. Again, a soft inhale and an even softer release. You are entering the threshold between waking and sleep, the state I call the doorway of creation, the place where the conscious mind loosens its grip and the subconscious receives without resistance. Tonight, you will impress one truth only. I am wealthy now, not tomorrow, not one day. Now, let the words form in the quiet space behind your forehead. I am wealthy now. Feel the sentence settle into your chest, as naturally as breath returning home. Your body responds before your mind does. Your shoulders soften, your jaw releases, your belly loosens and trusts. You are not begging the universe. You are instructing it. You are placing the seed in fertile soil. Because sleep, my friend, is the divine workshop. When you fall asleep in a state, the world must echo it. So tonight, you will fall asleep in the state of one who already possesses what they once chased. The one who no longer asks, but gives thanks. The one who no longer hopes, but knows. The one who does not reach for wealth, but embodies wealth. Let your breath become slower. Let your thoughts become lighter. Let every muscle in your face melt like warm wax. You are entering the sacred stillness, where imaginal acts harden into facts. Tonight, wealth becomes your nature, your home, your identity, not through force, but through the gentle surrender to what is already true in imagination. And imagination is the only reality. Now, let us begin. Tonight, I want you to enter quietly, not as a listener, not as a seeker, but as one who is stepping across a threshold into the inner chamber where all things are made. Close your eyes for a moment, or simply soften your gaze. Let the world you know, the noise, the movement, the unfinished tasks, fade gently into the background. For what we are about to do does not belong to the outer world at all. It belongs to imagination. And imagination, my friend, is the only reality. Every form you have ever touched, every circumstance you have ever lived, every dollar you have ever held began first as a quiet assumption in the unseen depths of your mind. Tonight we return to that sacred place. Tonight you will remember that creation is not something done to you, but something done through you. Take a slow breath in and allow it to fall out softly. Again, a deep inhale and a gentle release. Feel your shoulders drop. Feel your body surrender. Let yourself sink as though you are being lowered into warm, still water. You are not listening to a voice tonight. You are entering a state. You are stepping into the inner workshop, where imagination shapes the world more faithfully than any effort, any struggle, any plan could ever dream to. So hear me now, as I speak this truth. Tonight you are not listening. You are entering the home of your true power, the place where the wish fulfilled is not a hope but a living fact. Before we begin, I invite you to take a simple but powerful step, a declaration of readiness, a signal to your deeper mind that you are willing to receive. Before we begin, take a moment to set your intention. If you want this manifestation to unfold with its full power, declare it to the universe right now by writing, I am ready to receive. The instant you put those words out there, you send a clear signal. Your heart is open, your hands are open, and what you've asked for is already on its way. Let the sentence rise inside you. like a soft flame. I am ready to receive. Feel the truth of it. Not a wish, but a surrender. Now, allow yourself to sink even deeper. Your breath becomes slower. Your mind becomes quieter. Your body becomes lighter. You are crossing from the outer world into the imaginal world. And the imaginal world is where the law is set into motion. This is the door, and tonight you will walk through it. Now that you have crossed the threshold, let us walk gently into the heart of the law that governs every movement of your world, every rise and every fall, every gain and every loss, every door that has ever opened to you, and every door that remained closed. I have said for many years that the most misunderstood truth in all creation is this simple statement. You do not wish, you assume. A wish is a lovely thing, but it is powerless. A wish places your desire in the future, always a step away, always a little out of reach. An assumption, however, brings the end into the present moment and closes it in the feeling of reality. When you assume a thing to be true, the subconscious mind receives it as an accomplished fact, and the world must mirror it. This is the law of assumption. It is not a law outside of you. It is not a law that judges you or rewards you or denies you. It obeys, always, without hesitation, the state you occupy. Not the words you speak aloud, but the inner atmosphere you accept as natural. This is why I tell you that your life does not change because of what you hope for, but because of what you are willing to feel as already true. Now breathe slowly, softly. Feel the inhalation rise up through the chest, and the exhalation fall like a silk curtain. The body must grow still for the subconscious to listen. There is a sacred moment between wakefulness and sleep, where the mind is open, unguarded, receptive. I call it the entrance to the creative chamber. It is the moment when your outer senses grow quiet and the inner senses awaken. Here, imagination is most powerful, because reason is silent, and the subconscious hears what you whisper to it. In this delicate, drowsy state, you are the potter, and your world is the clay. You need not strain, you need not force, you need not struggle, as the men of the outer world do. Your only task is to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled and let the subconscious bring it to pass. The subconscious does not think, it does not question, it does not argue. It simply creates the image you supply to it. And the image must match the state you occupy as you drift towards sleep. So I want you now to prepare your body as though you were preparing to enter a sacred temple. Let your shoulders drop. Let your hands grow warm and limp. Let the back soften. Let the stomach release its tension as though a great weight were lifted. Allow your breath to spread through you like warm light. Everything about you now is slowing down, softening, becoming receptive. You are not trying to make anything happen. You are becoming the soil into which the seed will be planted. You are becoming the quiet field where the law works without effort. And the law will work tonight as faithfully as it has worked since the beginning of time. For nothing stands between you and the fulfillment of your desire. But one thing, your willingness to assume that you already are the one you wish to be. Feel that truth settle upon you like a gentle hand. You do not wish, you assume. And what you assume, no matter how unreal it seems now, must harden into fact. Now, sink deeper, allowing the body to fall into a calm, receptive stillness. The subconscious is listening. Now, let us go together into the inner place where your wealth identity lives. You are already resting, already breathing more slowly, already aware that the outer world has grown distant, soft, harmless. Keep your eyes closed, or, if they are half open, let them lose their focus, so that the world before you becomes only shapes and shadows. I want you now to imagine that you are standing at the entrance of a long corridor. Do not try too hard to see it. Simply allow the feeling of it to arise. You know there is a floor beneath you, smooth, cool, solid. You know there are walls on either side. You sense the distance between them. You feel the quiet that lives in this place. Overhead, a soft golden light pours down from no particular source. It is not harsh. It does not glare. It wraps itself around you like a warm shawl on a cool evening. This is not a corridor in the outer world. This is the passage of your own consciousness. Every step you take here is a movement from your present self, image to the self-image of the one who already is wealthy, already supplied, already free. Take a breath, gently, slowly, and as you exhale, feel yourself take the first step forward. You hear nothing but silence, perhaps the faint echo of your own footfall. You feel your body becoming lighter, as though all the heaviness that you have carried about money, about effort, about deserving, has begun to loosen and fall away behind you. Each step takes you further from the old story and deeper into the truth. As you walk, you notice that along the walls there are doors. Some are closed, some are slightly open. Each door represents a state you have occupied. You pass a door on the left, and you feel a faint echo of worry. This is the room of never enough. You need not enter. You have lived there long enough. You pass another door. There is a feeling of waiting, of hoping, of saying, one day. This is the room of delay, the room of someday. You smile gently, for you know now that someday never comes. You pass yet another door, and feel the sting of comparison, envy, the sense that others may have, but you cannot. This is the room of unworthiness. You recognize it, but you do not enter. You continue walking. With every step the golden light grows warmer, softer, more alive. You begin to sense that at the end of this corridor there is one door that is different from the rest, a door that has been waiting for you, a door that leads to the chamber of wealth identity, the place within you where you already are, the one who has. Walk slowly. There is no hurry. This is your inner world. Time bends here to your acceptance. As you walk, I want you to notice your shoulders. Let them drop, let them grow heavy and relaxed. Notice your jaw. Let it loosen. Let the tongue rest gently in the mouth. Notice your chest. Allow it to open, not by effort, but by relief. You are safe here. There is nothing here that can accuse you, nothing that can judge you. This is your own mind, your own temple. At last, as you look ahead, you see it, a single door at the end of the corridor. It is simple, yet it shines with a soft golden glow. Not loud, not demanding, but certain, inevitable. On its surface, there is no lock, no chain, no barrier, only a small inscription. And as you draw nearer, you are able to read it. In quiet, steady letters, the door says, "Here lives the one who already is." Let those words sink in. Not the one who tries, not the one who begs, not the one who is hoping, the one who already is. Take a breath and stand before this door. Place your hand upon it. Feel the warmth beneath your palm, as though someone on the other side has placed their hand exactly opposite yours. That someone is you, your wealthy self, your fulfilled self, your free self. You are about to meet yourself in a new form. Now gently allow the door to open. You do not force it. You simply consent, and it swings inward with the ease of something that has been waiting to welcome you home. Step inside. As you cross the threshold, notice at once how the atmosphere changes. The air in this chamber feels rich, alive, charged with stillness and power. The golden light here does not merely shine upon things, it seems to emanate from them. The chamber itself is spacious, round, timeless. The floor is smooth, perhaps marble or polished stone, but you are not concerned with names. You are concerned with feeling. It feels solid, supportive. Around the walls are tall, graceful arches. Between them, soft draperies, or perhaps shelves, or quiet alcoves. Whatever you see, it carries the same message: peace, plenty, ease. At the center of the chamber, there is a chair, or a seat, or perhaps a simple elevated step. And on that seat sits someone, you, not as you believe you are now, but as you truly are, when you strip away doubt, fear, and limitation. Look at this self. Do not rush. Let the image form at its own pace. See the posture. See how they sit, upright but without tension, confident, yet gentle. Notice the expression on their face. No strain, no anxiety, no grasping. There is a quiet knowing, a calm strength, a subtle joy. This is the one who knows they are already provided for. This is the one who does not chase money, but allows money to flow to them as naturally as air. You are not looking at a stranger. You are looking into a mirror of your highest assumption. Come closer, stand before this self. The golden light surrounds you both, linking you together in one consciousness. In this moment, I want you to ask nothing. Simply observe. Look at the eyes. Do they look away? Do they appear afraid? Or do they meet yours with warmth, with recognition? Notice how this self breathes, slowly, deeply, without hurriedness. Notice the dress, the clothing. It need not be extravagant. It need only feel right, natural, true, for one who is wealthy in consciousness. Perhaps their hands are relaxed, resting on the knees or folded gently. Perhaps you see subtle symbols of abundance around them. Books of knowledge, papers tidily arranged, a window that opens onto a wide, generous landscape. Whatever you see, let it quietly affirm, this is the natural environment of my wealthy self. Now in the silence of this chamber, your wealth self begins to rise. They stand before you, and for a moment, you simply look at one another. Feel, deep within, that you are not unworthy of this version of yourself. You are not separate from it. This is you. It has always been you. The only barrier has been your willingness to inhabit this state. Your wealthy self steps forward and now stands very close to you. You may sense them as a presence. You may feel a warmth before you. You may see it as clearly as another person, or only as a softly glowing outline. Whatever form it takes is perfect for you. Now hear this self speak. The voice is calm, familiar, kind. Listen. I am you without fear. I am you without lack. I am you without doubt. I am you without doubt. I am you without doubt. I am you who already has. Let those words move through you. Your wealthy self extends their hands and gently takes yours. Feel the warmth. Feel the transfer of certainty. Feel, if you can, that the heartbeat in their chest and the heartbeat in yours have begun to move in the same rhythm. Now I want you to allow this self to speak again. Hear the words, not merely with the ears of the mind, but with the deep listening of the heart. I do not chase money. Money comes to me because of who I am. I do not beg life to take care of me. Life expresses itself as my abundance. I am calm. I am provided for. I am wealthy now. As you hear each sentence, repeat it silently within. Let us take them one by one. First, I do not chase money. Say it within yourself, gently, not as defiance, but as discovery. I do not chase money. Feel what that means. Feel the release of running, of striving, of proving. Now money comes to me because of who I am. Whisper it internally. Money comes to me because of who I am. This is not arrogance. This is law. Your state of consciousness is the magnet. The outer world is the iron. Now I do not beg life to take care of me. Say it within. I do not beg life to take care of me. You are not a beggar. You are not at the mercy of circumstances. And now, life expresses itself as my abundance. Feel that. Life expresses itself as my abundance. Let there be no separation between God and supply, between imagination and money. And now, the final three. I am calm. I am provided for. I am wealthy now. Repeat them softly within you. I am calm. I am provided for. I am wealthy now. Again. I am calm. I am provided for. I am wealthy now. And one more time. Deeper this time. As if the words were dropping down into the very floor of your being. I am calm. I am provided for. I am wealthy now. As you say these words within, feel that your wealthy self and your present self are beginning to merge. The distance between you shrinks. It is as though you are stepping into them, and they are stepping into you. You are clothing yourself in the identity that you once believed was outside of you. Now your wealthy self leans closer, and you hear them say, take my place on that seat in the center of the chamber. Sit as I sit. Breathe as I breathe. Know as I know. For I am not separate from you. I am your assumption of already being. And so, you walk with them to the center. They sit first, and then, very gently, they dissolve into you. You feel yourself lowering into the seat, but it is as though you are also rising within. As you sit, notice your posture. The body is relaxed, but not collapsed. The spine is long. The chest is open. The hands rest easily. You are seated now as the wealthy one. This is your throne of consciousness. The chamber around you seems to brighten, not with blinding light, but with a deeper sense of reality. You are no longer a visitor. You are the host. Now, I want you to notice one very important thing. In this chamber, there are no bills chasing you, no deadlines, no demands, no accusations. There is only an awareness of sufficiency and more than sufficiency. Look around. Perhaps you see symbols of your abundance, ledgers balanced and tidy, documents signed and settled, letters bearing words like paid in full, approved, released, received. Perhaps you see chests or cupboards filled, yet orderly. Perhaps the walls themselves seem to whisper a soft assurance. There is always enough for you. There has always been enough. You are allowed. Let those impressions soak into you. You are not here to inspect the details with anxious curiosity. You are here to feel the atmosphere of this identity. So ask yourself gently, how does it feel to be the wealthy one? Not in the future, not one day, but now. Notice the answer in your body. Perhaps it feels like a wave of relief washing through the chest. Perhaps it feels like a lightness in the head, a clarity in the mind. Perhaps it feels like a warmth in the hands, as though giving and receiving were equally joyful. Whatever you feel that indicates ease, safety, plenty, that is the feeling of your wealth identity. This feeling is your true treasure. This is what you must carry into sleep. Stay seated there a little longer. Breathe as this self breathes. Think gently as this self thinks. Your wealthy self does not ask, will the money come? Your wealthy self knows it is already mine in consciousness, and therefore must be mine in fact. Your wealthy self does not say, I hope I am chosen. Your wealthy self knows, I am the chooser. I choose to identify as abundant, and the world cannot help but reflect it. Now let us allow a stream of soft affirmations to move through your mind like a quiet river through a peaceful valley. Do not strain. Let them come, and repeat them inwardly, slowly, with feeling. I am the wealthy one in the quiet of my own being. I am the one who always has enough. Money flows to me freely, naturally, pleasantly. I am safe with money. Money is safe with me. I use wealth wisely, joyfully, for my good and the good of others. I am at peace with receiving. I am at peace with having. I am at peace with keeping. I am at peace with giving. I am wealthy now. Let each affirmation be like a drop of warm oil, falling into the subconscious, sinking deeper with every repetition. Again, I am the wealthy one in the quiet of my own being. I am the one who always has enough. Money flows to me freely, naturally, pleasantly. I am safe with money. Money is safe with me. I am wealthy now. Feel how these statements are no longer trying to be true. They are true in this chamber. In this inner room, they describe reality. The outer world has not yet caught up, perhaps, but it must. It must reflect the state you occupy. Remain seated here for a little while longer. Imagine now that a soft breeze of golden light begins to move around the chamber. It circles you, slowly, gently, like a ribbon of warm air. With each circle, it removes from you a belief in lack, a belief in difficulty, a belief that you must struggle for what your Father has already given. Feel it lifting, the belief that you are bad with money, the belief that you are not meant to be wealthy, the belief that wealth is reserved for others, the belief that it must take a long, long time. One by one, these false ideas lose their grip. The golden breeze carries them upward, outward until they vanish. In their place, a new conviction settles upon you. Of course I can have wealth. Of course I can be supplied. Of course I can live freely. This is my natural state. Now, as you sit in this knowing, I want you to let one simple phrase rise up within you, not as effort, but as a gentle acknowledgement. Silently say within, I am wealthy now. Not as a future wish, but as a present identity. Again, I am wealthy now. Notice what happens. Your breath deepens. Your body relaxes even more. There is no strain in the declaration. It feels like recognition, like seeing a dear friend you had simply forgotten. I am wealthy now. This is not vanity. This is not denial of facts. This is righteous judgment. You are judging not by appearances, but by the inner state you choose to occupy. You are judging from the end. In this chamber, wealth is not something you chase. It is the atmosphere you breathe. Now imagine that every cell in your body has ears. Each cell is listening. As you sit there, the words, I am wealthy now, move through you. And every cell hears, we are safe. We are supplied. We are allowed to rest. We are allowed to receive. Feel that. From the crown of the head, through the face, down the neck, across the shoulders, through the chest, the spine, the arms, the hands, the abdomen, the hips, the legs, the feet. Every part of you is being told, you belong to a wealthy being. You belong to one who always has enough, and the body answers with calm. Now from where you sit, look around the chamber one last time. Remember, this is your inner home. You can return here whenever you wish. You do not need my voice to guide you. You need only the intention to assume again the feeling of the wealthy one. Before we leave, I want you to see something else. On the far wall, you notice now a series of doors, smaller, less imposing. Each is labeled with a simple word: income, opportunities, support, ideas, favorable conditions. From where you sit, you see that all these doors are slightly open. Light spills out from behind each one. You understand at once what this means. Being seated in the identity of wealth automatically opens these doors. You do not need to stand and run through every one. You do not need to chase them. Your only work is to remain seated in the feeling of being wealthy now. The law will open the necessary doors in perfect order. Silently, with a soft smile inside, say, I do not run after doors, my state opens them. I do not run after doors, my state opens them. Feel how restful that is. Shall very gently, I want you to place one hand upon your heart in imagination. Feel its steady rhythm. Each beat is like a hammer, striking the word, now. I am wealthy. Now. I am wealthy. Now. Not tomorrow. Not one day. Now. Let this rhythm sink into you, deeper than thought, deeper than reason. This is the frequency you will carry into sleep. You have seen the corridor. You have found the door. You have entered the chamber of wealth identity. You have sat in the place of the one who has. You have merged with that self. And now, that self is you. When you leave this chamber, the world outside will still look familiar, but it will no longer be the same. For you are no longer the same. You will not move tomorrow as the poor one, hoping to escape poverty. You will move as the wealthy one, expressing wealth. That is the great difference. Now, before we close this part, let us repeat once more, softly, gently, with full acceptance. I am calm. I am provided for. I am wealthy now. Again. I am calm. I am provided for. I am wealthy now. And once more, as a seal upon the subconscious, I am calm. I am provided for. I am wealthy now. Let the chamber grow a little dimmer, as though the light were relaxing with you. Know that the door behind you remains open. You can enter at any moment by choosing again this feeling. Now slowly, you may rise from the seat in imagination, but do not feel that you are leaving wealth behind. You are taking it with you. It is now the garment you wear. The corridor awaits, but we shall move on to the next movement of this night. The gentle reprogramming of your sleep with the frequency of wealth. Now we go together into another region of your own wonderful imagination. This time we step out of the chamber and into a garden. Not a garden of the outer world, but the garden of infinite provision that has always existed within you. Take a slow breath in and a long, easy breath out. As you exhale, feel the floor beneath your body grow softer in your awareness. You are still resting where you are, but inwardly you are standing at the edge of something new. In imagination, see before you a simple gate. It is not locked. It is not guarded. It is not guarded. It stands open, as though it has been waiting for you to return. The gate is made of dark, warm wood, the kind that remembers the sun. Over its arch there is a small sign, and upon it, in clear, gentle letters, you read, "Welcome to the Garden of Infinite Provision." Let those words sink in. This garden is not a fantasy. It is the deepest truth of your being. It is the place in consciousness where you see clearly that supply is unlimited, that you are not separate from it, and that all you need is always already provided for. Step through the gate. As you do, feel the change in the air. The atmosphere inside this garden is rich and soft. The temperature is perfect, neither too cool nor too warm. The air carries the faint scent of rain, even if the sky is clear. Beneath your feet, you feel a path. It might be made of smooth stone, or of firm earth, or of fine gravel that crunches very softly as you walk. Whatever you feel, let it be pleasant, solid, supportive. You begin to walk forward. On either side of the path, you see trees, not thin or struggling, but strong, rooted, full. Some are tall, with wide branches that cast generous shade. Others are lower, closer to you, inviting you to touch their leaves and their fruit. The leaves are deep, healthy green. They whisper softly in a gentle breeze. The sound is like quiet applause for your decision to walk here. Among the branches, you notice something unusual, fruit that glows with a soft, golden light. Each piece of fruit seems to hold its own small sunrise. They are ripe, heavy with sweetness, waiting for no one else but you. This is the fruit of provision, of answered prayers, of every "how will I manage?" already solved. As you walk, notice how the path begins to branch. To your left, a way that leads through tall trees. To your right, a way that winds toward a gentle hill. Before you, a straight path, lined with low bushes, heavy with blossoms and fruit. Do not worry about choosing correctly. In this garden, every path leads to provision. For now, take the central way. Walk straight ahead, slowly, without hurry. Feel your steps growing more relaxed, more natural, as though you were walking in a place you have known for a very long time. As you go, you notice small lights in the bushes beside you. You bend and see that these are not flowers, but little folded papers, sealed with golden wax. Each one is resting upon a leaf or nestled between fruits. You take one gently. On the wax, you see the image of a small open hand. You break the seal and unfold the paper. There are only 3 words upon it. Paid in full. Let your body respond to those words. Feel what happens to your chest, to your stomach, to your shoulders. When you read "paid in full," notice the relief. Notice the soft unwinding of long held tension. This little letter is to you. Somewhere in your life, there was a debt, a demand, an obligation, a fear. In this garden, it has already been resolved. Here, in imagination, every claim against you has been answered with sufficiency. Paid in full. Fold the paper once more and press it gently over your heart. As you do, see if you can feel a wave of ease moving through you. You walk on. Now you notice that many of the golden fruits hanging from the branches carry small tags. You step closer to one tree. On one fruit, the tag reads, "Rent paid." On another, "Debt cleared." On another, "Unexpected income." On yet another, "Business flourishing." Each fruit represents some aspect of supply manifested in your life. They are ripe, not in the future, but now. Your only work is to take and receive. You reach out to one of the fruits. Choose whichever feels most needed or most joyful in this moment. Perhaps your hand goes to the fruit labeled "Debt cleared," or perhaps it seeks unexpected income, or abundant savings, or freedom from worry. There is no wrong choice. You place your hand upon it, and you feel the warmth beneath the skin of the fruit, a gentle pulse, like a heartbeat. This fruit is alive with meaning. Now, in imagination, you carefully pluck it from the branch. As you do, the branch does not resist, the tree does not complain. Nothing is diminished. In fact, as you look up, you see that where one fruit has been taken, 2 new fruits begin to form. This garden does not lose when you receive. It multiplies. Hold the fruit in both hands. Notice its weight. Notice how natural it feels to be holding a symbol of your provision. Bring it close to your chest. Now very slowly, you decide to taste it. You lift it to your lips, take a small bite, and let the golden juice fill your mouth. The flavor is unlike anything you have tasted before. It is sweet, yes, but also deep, clean, comforting. As you swallow, feel that you are swallowing the feeling of resolution. You are swallowing the feeling that everything has worked out. Every bill, every need, every question has been answered in your favor. You are not merely thinking it, you are ingesting it. You are making it part of you. You take another bite, and another, until the fruit is gone. Then you notice something. You do not feel guilty. You do not feel that you have taken too much. You feel nourished. You look at the tree, and nothing is lacking. New fruit has appeared. More golden orbs are forming even now. Say softly within, I can receive without depriving anyone. I can receive. And the source is still full. I can receive, and the garden grows richer. Now you continue walking. The path curves gently, and you come upon a small clearing. In the center, there is a stone table. Upon the table, there is a stack of envelopes. They are thick, white, sealed with the same golden wax. You come closer. On the top envelope, you see your own name. Not a nickname, not an abstraction, but your true name. You pick it up. In your hand, it feels surprisingly warm, as if it has been waiting just for you. You break the seal. Inside you find a letter, written in a hand you recognize, though you cannot say exactly whose it is. It might be yours, or the hand of a loving father, or the hand of life itself. You read, my beloved, all that concerns you is already provided for. Every need you have named, and those you have not named, are answered. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are supplied from a depth you did not create and cannot exhaust. Rest in this. Everything is being paid in full on your behalf. As you read, let the words move from the mind into the body. Feel the truth of them, in your chest, in your back, in your belly. All that concerns me is already provided for. Say it within, all that concerns me is already provided for. Again, all that concerns me is already provided for. You fold the letter carefully and place it over your heart. In this garden, you do not act as the poor one, hoping to obtain. You act as the beloved one, discovering what has already been given. On the table, you see more envelopes. Each bears a different label. You see one marked bills and obligations, another opportunities and work, another gifts and surprises, another long-term security. You may choose one now. Let your hand rest upon the envelope that calls to you. Pick it up. Again, break the seal. As you unfold the letter, you notice a familiar, comforting phrase in each one. For example, in the letter titled Bills and Obligations, you read, every bill is met with ease, every account is balanced, every obligation is resolved. Nothing is past due in the eyes of infinite supply. All is paid in full. You feel a deep sigh inside yourself. The kind of sigh that comes when you realize you no longer need to hold the world together by effort. In the letter titled Opportunities and Work, you read, the right work is prepared for you. The right people are drawn to you. The right invitations, the right projects, the right arrangements appear at the right time. You are not forgotten in the marketplace of life. Your gifts are seen, your value is known. Doors open before you knock, all is paid in full. In the letter named Gifts and Surprises, you find unexpected channels are already open. Joyful surprises, money from sources you did not imagine, favors, discounts, remissions, abundant kindness. They move toward you now with no strain. You do not earn them by anxiety. They come to you because you are loved. All is paid in full. In the letter, long-term security, you read, you are safe beyond this week, beyond this month, beyond this year. Your future is already held in divine provision. Savings grow, investments flourish, resources accumulate, not as hoarding, but as stable, joyful sufficiency. You are not walking toward a cliff. You are walking on a path supported beneath every step. All is paid in full. As you let these words pass through you, feel your nervous system soothing itself. Notice how your breath has deepened, how your muscles have released. You are walking now not as one who fears, but as one who knows. Now leave the table behind and follow a new path that opens from the clearing. This path is softer, lined on either side with high grasses that sway gently in the breeze. Tiny golden lights hover above the grasses like friendly fireflies. Each light, you realize, represents a sum of money that is already on its way to you. Some are small and near, like modest payments, small gifts, simple blessings, a bill reduced, an item on sale, a little extra here and there. Some are larger and higher, like inheritances, promotions, profitable ideas, new streams of income. You do not need to catch them. You do not need to chase them. They move according to law. You need only maintain the feeling of being the one for whom supply is certain. As you walk, say gently within, I am the one for whom supply is certain. I am the one for whom supply is certain. Feel how that identity settles upon you. You come now to a gentle rise in the garden. As you climb, you notice the sky above is a deep, calm blue, and the light around you is golden, as if it were always late afternoon, that peaceful hour when the work of the day is mostly done, and the world glows softly. At the top of the hill, you find a bench, carved from smooth stone, facing a wide view. Sit there now in imagination. As you sit, you see below you the whole garden, the paths, the trees heavy with fruit, the envelopes upon the table, the glowing lights in the grasses. This is your life, from the higher point of view. From here, you see that there is no lack. From here, you see that everything you need already exists within the field of infinite provision. You do not see a barren land, you see abundance. Now hold out your hands and simply receive. In imagination, see the golden light of the garden gathering itself into your open palms. It pours like warm water, but it feels like peace. It feels like certainty. It feels like relief. Say within, I open my hands to receive. I open my hands to receive. I open my hands to receive. As the light gathers, it takes shape. In your left hand, it becomes a golden key. In your right hand, it becomes a sealed letter. Look first at the key. This is the key to every financial door you thought was closed. It glows softly, and you understand that the key is your state. Your assumption of wealth, of being provided for, unlocks the doors. Now look at the letter in your right hand. The wax seal on it bears the words, already done. Open it. Inside, there are no long sentences, no explanations. There is only a single line. Everything that concerns your money is now arranged in your favor. Read it again. Everything that concerns your money is now arranged in your favor. Allow yourself to feel as though this were already visible in your world. Ask yourself quietly, if I truly knew that everything concerning my money was now arranged in my favor, how would I feel right now? You do not need to imagine tomorrow. You need only to feel the now. If it were already done, how would your chest feel? How would your shoulders feel? How would your face soften? What would happen to that old knot in the stomach? Let your body answer. You are not forcing feeling. You are letting it arise from the assumption that it is already done. Sit on this bench, on the hill of the garden, and breathe in that feeling. Softly, gently, say to yourself, I am allowed to feel safe now. I am allowed to feel safe now. I am allowed to feel provided for now. I am allowed to live as though it is already done. Now, as you look out over the garden, you notice something new. Along one side, near a small stream that flows through the grass, there is a row of tall, slender poles. On each pole hangs a banner. As the wind moves, the banners lift and fall, revealing words upon them. One banner reads, provision comes with grace. Another, money arrives on time. Another, large sums flow easily to me. Another, I am always taken care of. Another, every need is paid in full. As you watch, the wind carries these words through the garden, as though it were preaching a sermon to every tree, every leaf, every stone. The entire garden echoes the same message. You are not meant to live in fear of not having enough. You are meant to live in the peace of a child whose father owns everything. Now I want you to stand up from the bench in imagination and walk down the hill toward those banners. As you approach, one of them gently dips toward you, as if inviting you to take it. Perhaps it is the banner that reads, "Every need is paid in full." Reach up and take hold of it. The fabric feels strong, yet soft. You lift it from the pole and wrap it gently around your shoulders. In that moment, you are no longer just standing in a garden. You are wearing the consciousness of infinite provision. This banner is your new garment. It says over and over, "Every need is paid in full. Every need is paid in full." Feel yourself wrapped in that truth. There may still be bills on the table in the outer world. There may still be numbers on a page that seems small. But here, in the garden of infinite provision, you know the greater truth. From this garden flows the supply that will change those numbers. From this assumption comes the outpicturing. Now walk slowly along the stream. The water is clear, moving gently, glistening in the golden light. As you walk beside it, you see smooth stones on the bank. Some of the stones bear small inscriptions, as though the water itself had written upon them. You pick one up. On it you read, "Ease." Another, "Overflow." Another, "Support." Another, "Freedom." Choose one of these stones that feels right for you now. Hold it in your hand. Feel its coolness, its solidity, its quiet strength. This stone is a reminder that abundance is not a vapor. It is real. It is solid. It can be trusted. Now in imagination, place this stone into your pocket, or into a small pouch at your belt, or close to your heart. Know that you carry this quality with you. You are not leaving it behind. You look up again, and you see that on the other side of the stream, there is another path. This path is lined with tall arches, and each arch is covered with flowering vines. Hanging from the center of each arch is a card. As you step closer to the first arch, you see that the card reads, "New Income Channel." You walk under it, and your body feels a subtle opening, a sense that something new and good can begin. You move to the next arch. The card there reads, "Resolved Debt." You pass beneath it, and another wave of ease moves through you. The next arch, "Generous Opportunity." The next, "Supportive People." The next, "Wise Decisions." With each arch you walk under, you feel your inner being respond. You are not trying to create these things directly. You are accepting the state from which they must come. At the end of this path you step into another clearing. Here, there is a simple wooden chair facing a tree that is unlike the others. This tree is taller, wider, majestic. Its trunk is strong, its branches spread out like open arms. Its leaves shimmer with a soft, golden, green light. And its fruit is larger, brighter, glowing with a powerful, steady radiance. This is the tree of infinite provision. Sit in the chair. As you sit, you see that the fruit on this tree has no labels, no words, no tags. This tree contains all forms of supply: money, ideas, opportunities, friends, favors, open doors, solutions. It is the symbol of the one source that appears as many channels. You do not know which branch will drop fruit into your experience next. You do not need to know. You only need to know that the tree is full, that it is yours, and that it is not exhausted when you receive. Sit quietly and look upon this tree. Say within, "All my supply comes from one source. All my supply comes from one source. All my supply comes from one source. And that source is within me." Feel the truth of it. Your job is not to force fruit from a particular branch. Your job is to be the one who expects it, who receives it, who gives thanks for it. Now, as you sit there, you see a movement in the branches. One piece of fruit loosens, then another. They fall gently and land softly at your feet. You pick one up. As you hold it, you allow one specific desire to come to mind. Perhaps a bill that must be paid. Perhaps an amount of money you wish to manifest. Perhaps a situation that needs financial grace. See that situation for a brief moment. Then, bring your attention back to the fruit. As you hold this glowing fruit, think of your desire, and say within, "This is already done. This is already done. This too is paid in full." Now, take a slow, deep breath. As you exhale, let the fruit dissolve in your hands into golden light. See that light flow up your arms, into your chest, into your heart. Feel that the solution to that financial matter has already been conceived within you. You may not yet know the outer means, but the answer exists. Say within, the way is prepared. The channels are ready. The answer is complete. It now appears in orderly, loving ways. Now look down again. More fruit has fallen. Each one is a completed reality, just waiting for your acceptance. You may, if you wish, choose another, and repeat the process with a different matter. But know this, you do not need to labor over each one. The garden of infinite provision is not sustained by your worry. It is sustained by divine law. Sit there a few moments longer, simply breathing, simply feeling. Let your whole body absorb the atmosphere of this place. Look around once more. The golden fruits, the letters stamped paid in full, the banners proclaiming your sufficiency, the smooth stones of ease and overflow, the tree of infinite provision standing strong before you. Say gently, this is the truth of my inner world. This is the reality I now accept. I live in the garden of infinite provision. I walk as one who is provided for. I receive as one to whom much is given. I give as one who always has enough. Every need is paid in full. Let that final phrase echo in you. Every need is paid in full. Feel the peace that rises. Feel the quiet joy. Now very gently, begin to let the image of the garden fade into a soft glow. Know that you are not closing a dream. You are sealing a state. You can return to this garden whenever you choose, simply by quieting yourself and remembering the feeling of being already supplied. You carry, within your own imagination, paths lined with golden fruit, letters of paid in full, banners of sufficiency, and the great tree of infinite provision. As you drift towards sleep tonight, allow yourself to feel as though you are lying down in this very garden, safe, watched over, surrounded by abundance. Say quietly as you go, I receive while I rest. I am provided for while I sleep. I live in infinite provision. Every need is paid in full. And let that feeling carry you into deep, healing, wealthy sleep. Now, having walked through the chamber of wealth and the garden of infinite provision, we go still deeper. Tonight I take you with me into what I love to call the treasury of light. Not a treasury of coins, not a vault of metal, but a living archive of every fulfilled desire, every answered prayer, every act of faith that has already become fact in this eternal now. Close your eyes a little more deeply, both outwardly and inwardly. Let your breath be slow and unhurried. Inhale and exhale, again and once more. Feel your body grow heavier upon the bed or chair where you rest. Your outer limbs relax, but inwardly you are stepping lightly. In imagination, you are standing at the edge of a great plain. The sky above you is not dark and not exactly bright. It is soft, like pearl, gently lit from within. Far in the distance, you see something gleaming, a city that seems woven of crystal and daylight. It is not like the cities you have known. No smoke, no noise, no haste. It rests on the horizon like a promise kept. I want you now to take your first step toward that gleaming city. As you walk, notice the ground beneath your feet. It looks like pale stone, but as your foot touches it, you feel a subtle vibration, a hum, very gentle, very steady. It is as though the earth itself is singing a single note. You are welcome, you are welcome, you are welcome. With each step, the city grows clearer. You see tall arches, domes, spires of translucent substance, not glass exactly, and not ice, but something living, something that receives light and gives it back even more beautiful. You draw nearer. Around you, the air becomes very still, but not heavy. It has the clarity of morning air after a night of rain. There is a gate ahead, but it is not closed. Two great pillars rise on either side, and between them a wide opening invites you to enter. Above the gate, in letters that shine softly, you read, "The Treasury of Light." Pause there for a moment. This place is within you. This city of crystal is your own deep imagination. Here, everything you have ever truly assumed, deeply felt, has been recorded as already accomplished. Here, there is no maybe, there is only done. Step now through the gate. As you cross the threshold, you feel a subtle change. It is as though you have walked from the noise of the world into the heart of a great cathedral of silence. Not an empty silence, but a rich, living quiet filled with presence. Inside, broad avenues stretch out before you, paved with stones that shine like moonlit water. On either side stand buildings shaped from crystal facets and smooth arcs of light. They do not cast shadows as ordinary buildings do. They seem instead to drink light in and release it gently, like breathing. You begin to walk down the main street. Every step you take feels lighter, easier. You are in the realm of fulfilled states. Here, there is no struggle because creation is finished. Your desires are not being made. They are being revealed. On your left, you see a large hall with tall windows. Above the door, you read, Archive of Wealth Fulfilled. This is where we go. Climb the few steps and place your hand upon the crystal handle. It is cool at first, then warms beneath your touch, as though recognizing you. The door opens without resistance. You step into a vast hall. The ceiling is high, a great dome of faintly glowing stone, shot through with veins of light that pulse softly, like a living heart. Along the walls stretch shelves, not wooden shelves, but planes of luminous crystal, floating gently in the air, each bearing rows and rows of scrolls, books, and small radiant cubes. These are records, but not of failures, not of lack. They are records of desires already fulfilled, wealth already manifested, abundance already enjoyed by you, in states, in lifetimes, in possibilities that are as real as anything you now see. In the center of the hall stands a great table formed from a single slab of translucent stone. It glows from within with a warm golden light. Upon it rests a single book. This book seems to be waiting just for you. Walk to the table and place your hands on either side of the book. The cover is simple, smooth, and warm. Upon it, in quiet letters, you read your own name. Nothing else. Your entire financial story, from the point of view of the fulfilled end, is in this book. You open it. The pages are not filled with lines of ink as ordinary books are. Each page, as you turn it, comes alive like a scene played gently in light. On one page, you see yourself receiving a sum of money you once believed was impossible for you. See it clearly. Perhaps it is a check. Perhaps it is cash. Perhaps it is a number on a statement. But more important than the form is the feeling. Watch the image of yourself as you open the envelope, or receive the news, or see the balance. Look closely at your face there. See the expression, not frantic, not terrified with disbelief, but deeply relieved, joyful, calmly grateful. Let that feeling begin to rise in you now. Your current self, here, and the self you see in the book are not separate. They are one. Say inwardly, that is me, that is my wealth, that is my life, in its fulfilled state. The scene fades gently, and another page turns. Now you see yourself in a different moment. You are sitting at a simple table. Bills are before you, papers spread out. But this time, your posture is relaxed. You are writing, signing, organizing, but there is no fear. Every bill is paid easily. There is more than enough. You see your hand write, paid across a notice that once filled you with dread. You see another notice, once marked due, now stamped with a clear, bright seal, balance 0. Watch the you in the scene. You do not rush. You do not panic. You move with quiet authority. You pay, you bless, you give thanks. Allow that sense of authority to fill your chest now. In this treasury of light, you are not the victim of numbers on a page. You are the source from which those numbers change. Turn another page. You see yourself now in a moment of generosity. Perhaps you are giving to a friend, to family, to a cause you love. Perhaps you are simply purchasing something for yourself without guilt and without fear. Notice in the scene how natural your giving is. You do not count nervously. You do not clutch. You give because you are sure more comes. Feel that certainty. So to not measured by what lies in the vault, but by the ease with which it flows through you. Now the book closes itself gently. It does not vanish. It remains on the table, always available to your inner eye. You lift your gaze and notice that you are no longer alone in the hall. Before you stands a figure clothed in simple garments of light, not dazzling, not intimidating, calm. You may think of this figure as your deeper self, your own I am appearing in a form that comforts you. Or if you prefer, you may think of it as an angel, a guide, a custodian of the treasury. But know this, it is not separate from you. It smiles. The smile says, without words, you have every right to be here. This is your treasury. The figure raises a hand and gestures toward the shelves. You turn to look. On one shelf you see tall scrolls, each bound with a band of light. As you draw closer, you see labels hovering gently over each scroll. Financial freedom, overflowing savings, debt-free, generous income, abundant business, ease with money, joyful receiving. The guide indicates the shelf and gives a slight nod, as if to say, these are yours. Choose. You reach out your hand. Without effort, one scroll slips free and floats down into your grasp. Look at its label. Perhaps it reads, financial freedom. Perhaps, generous income. Whatever it is something your heart longs for. You hold the scroll before you. As your fingers touch it, you feel a warmth, a vibration, a living pulse. This is not an empty idea. This scroll contains the full pattern of an accomplished financial state. You are about to absorb it. Now take a slow breath in. As you exhale, the scroll gently unrolls itself without leaving your hands. Inside, you see a moving picture, scenes of your life lived in this fulfilled state. If you chose financial freedom, you might see yourself waking in the morning with no sense of financial burden. You might see yourself checking your accounts and feeling only calm sufficiency. You might see travel, rest, time for what you love, and always a background hum of enough, more than enough. If you chose generous income, you might see ideas flowing, clients arriving, doors opening, payments coming from many directions. Whatever label you chose, let a scene appear, not strained, not forced, but natural. Now here is the important part. You are not merely watching this scene, you step into it. In imagination, let yourself move from being the observer to being the one inside the body in the scene. Feel the weight of that body. Feel the air in that room. Hear the sounds around you. Smell the faint scents. You are now living inside the state recorded in the scroll. Perhaps you feel your hand touch a bank statement, or a letter, or coins, or notes. Feel the texture. Notice the temperature. But above all, feel the emotion. Financial ease, freedom, relief, joy. Not a brief flash, but a steady atmosphere. Your nervous system sighs in gratitude. Say from within that body, I am free, I am wealthy, I am provided for. Whisper it internally. I am living in my financial freedom now. I am living in my abundance now. The scroll, still unrolled before you, begins to shine more brightly. The guide gestures softly, inviting you to bring it closer. You lift it until it rests against your chest. As it touches you, the light of the scroll begins to flow inward. The images, the sensations, the feelings move from the parchment into your heart, into your ribs, into your lungs, into your blood. You are absorbing this fulfilled pattern into your subconscious. It is no longer just a picture, it becomes your inner law. The scroll dissolves, fading into your being. There is nothing to hold. You are the scroll now. The guide smiles again and nods, as if to say, yes, that is how it is done. You may take another scroll if you wish, perhaps one labeled debt-free. It floats into your hand. Again it unrolls itself. This time you see a specific scene, perhaps you at a desk, or standing at a counter, or receiving a letter. In the scene you are told that a debt has been cleared, reduced, forgiven, or paid in full. You see yourself feeling light, astonished perhaps, but peacefully so. You see yourself calling someone you love to share the good news. You see the way you breathe, deep, steady, unburdened. Step into that scene. Live inside that body. Let your present self and that fulfilled self merge into one. Feel the deep relief of having nothing hanging over you. You are not bracing for the next demand. You are resting in sufficiency. Say within, I am free of all debt. Everything is balanced. I owe no man anything but love. Even if, in the outer world, numbers still appear on statements, here, in the treasury of light, you are establishing the inner fact that will reshape them. Again, bring the scroll to your chest. Let the light flow into you. Let the pattern of debt-free sink deep into the subconscious. Your subconscious is like this great hall. Perfect, orderly, faithful. It will accept the impression you give it. The scroll fades, and yet its content remains as a living assumption. Now the guide touches your shoulder lightly and motions toward another part of the hall. You follow. You come to a series of shelves holding small crystal cubes. Each cube glows softly from within. Hovering above each cube is a small inscription. Wise decision, profitable idea, perfect timing, unexpected gift, right relationship with money. The guide takes one cube, perhaps perfect timing, and places it gently into your hands. As you hold the cube, it becomes transparent. Inside you see small scenes, tiny moving pictures. You see yourself taking an action at just the right moment. You see you receiving a letter just when you need it. You see a contract signed, a hand extended, a sum of money arriving with no delay, no struggle. The cube warms. Now, rather than stepping into it, you are invited to do something else. The guide gently lifts your hands and directs the cube slowly toward your forehead. As the cube touches your brow, the light within it flows inward. It enters the region of the mind, of belief, of expectation. You may feel a slight spaciousness in your head, a sense that your thoughts about timing are being rewritten. Ideas of late, too soon, missing out, losing the chance, fade away. In their place, a new expectation appears. It always works out in perfect time for me. Money comes when I need it, or before I need it. My opportunities are never late. Let that affirmation settle in. I live in perfect timing. I live in perfect timing. I live in perfect timing. The cube dissolves, and you feel lighter in mind. Now the guide offers a different cube, perhaps one labeled right relationship with money. You hold it, and again it is transparent. Inside you see yourself and money as friends. You do not chase it. You do not fear it. You do not resent it. It circulates toward you and through you like water, like breath. You respect it, but you do not worship it. You use it, but you are not used by it. Money here is simply condensed energy, a servant of your intention, a happy messenger of your inner state. Now the cube is brought toward your heart. As it touches your chest, the light flows inward. Something old loosens. Old beliefs that money is hard to get, that money is against me, that money corrupts, that money leaves melt like frost under morning sun. You may feel a tenderness, a warmth, even a small ache, as the heart learns a new way of relating. Let it happen. Say within, money is my friend. Money is my ally. Money moves toward me because my state welcomes it. I am at peace with money. The cube dissolves, and your chest feels more open, less defended. You look around now and notice something astonishing. Every shelf, every scroll, every cube in this treasury of light is not separate from your own I am. They are all expressions of possible states of your awareness, already accomplished. The hall itself is your subconscious in symbolic form. The guide speaks now, not with lips, but as a thought that rises gently in you. Nothing here is outside you. You are not asking a distant power for these things. You are recognizing what is already finished in the depths of your own being. You nod and feel that this is true. Now the guide leads you toward the far end of the hall. There, you see a great doorway with no door, just an opening into a chamber beyond. Above the opening, you read, Center of Absorption. Step through. Inside is a round room, simple and empty, except for one thing. Hovering in the middle is a sphere of pure light. Not white, not yellow, something deeper, like liquid gold mixed with sunlight. It is not harsh to the eyes. It is gentle, inviting. This sphere is the concentrated essence of your wealth state. All the scrolls, all the books, all the cubes have their root here. This is the assumption: I am wealthy now, gathered into one form. The guide remains at the threshold. You step forward alone. As you stand before the sphere, you feel its warmth. It is like standing before a fire on a cold night, but without smoke, without heat that burns. This warmth is intelligent. It knows exactly what you require. Now I ask you to do something very simple. Stretch out your hands toward the sphere. Open your fingers, palms facing it. You do not grab, you simply receive. As you do, the sphere of light grows slightly larger, and fine threads of light extend from it to your hands. These threads are like rays of gentle sunshine. They touch your palms, your fingers, and begin to flow inward. You are absorbing pure wealth consciousness. No particular bill, no specific check, no single event, but the state from which all such events must arise. The light passes from your hands up your arms. It reaches your shoulders, your chest, your throat, your face, your head. It flows down as well, into your abdomen, your lower back, your hips, your legs, your feet. Your entire inner body begins to glow softly with this golden light. You are being reprogrammed. Old patterns of lack cannot remain in this atmosphere. The light is not fighting them. It is simply making them irrelevant. You cannot believe in scarcity and absorb this light at the same time. You choose the light. Now the sphere itself begins to move slowly toward you. It draws nearer and nearer until it is directly before your chest. With one more soft movement, it enters you. You feel it gently pass through your rib cage and come to rest in the center of your being. For a moment you are still. Then you realize that the light has not disappeared. It has merged with you. You are the treasury of light. Say within, I am wealth consciousness. I am the one from whom wealth flows. I am the light through which all supply appears. This is not arrogance. This is truth. Your own wonderful human imagination is God, and God is the source of all wealth. Now, to seal this reprogramming, we will let certain sentences rise slowly from the new light in you. Do not force them, allow them. If they resonate, let them sink deeper with every breath. I am wealthy now. Large sums of money flow to me in perfect ways. I am always supplied. Money comes to me while I work, while I rest, and while I sleep. Every bill I have is paid in full. Every financial knot is untied in my favor. Opportunities find me easily. The right people appear at the right time with the right offers. I use money wisely and joyfully. I give generously, and I receive generously. I move through life as the wealthy one. Let each phrase become not merely a thought, but a feeling. Your subconscious does not respond to words alone. It responds to words clothed in emotion. Feel how it would be if these statements were already the ordinary truth of your life. Not a great miracle, not a rare event, but the simple, daily, peaceful reality. How would your body feel if you had been wealthy for a long time already? How would your jaw rest? How would your shoulders lie against the bed? How would your chest rise and fall? Take one breath as that version of yourself. In and out. Again and again. You have now stepped into alignment with the memory of a future that already exists in God's mind. The treasury of light is not somewhere else. It is here, in the deep of you. You stand now once more in the great hall. The guide is there, smiling. But you see them differently now. You recognize that their face is not separate from yours. Every smile of that guide was your own deeper knowing. Every gesture was your own inner approval. The guide inclines the head, a small bow, as if acknowledging your acceptance. You bow in return, not to another being, but to the I am within you. You turn and walk slowly back toward the entrance. As you go, you notice that the shelves have grown brighter. The books, the scrolls, the cubes, all shimmer with new life. You have awakened them by accepting them. They are no longer unclaimed possibilities. They are living patterns already at work within your subconscious. You step out of the hall, into the crystal avenue. The city of light around you feels familiar now, like a family home rather than a distant palace. You know you may return here whenever you wish. Begin to walk slowly back toward the gate of the city. With each step, feel the golden light within your chest pulsing gently. It keeps time with your heartbeat. Wealth consciousness beating within every cell. You pass once more through the gate of the treasury of light. Cross the plain. The crystal city recedes slightly behind you, but its glow remains. It will always remain. Even when you no longer picture it clearly, its pattern is impressed upon you. Now feel yourself gently returning to awareness of your body. Feel the contact with the bed, the chair, the pillow. Feel the weight of your limbs, but do not lose the inner light. You have visited the treasury of light to do one great work, to impress upon the subconscious the fulfilled state of financial abundance. From this point onward, as you sleep, that impression goes on working. Your outer circumstances begin to align with what you have accepted within. You do not have to know how. You do not have to manage the process. The law is faithful, as within, so without. Before you drift further into sleep, say quietly, with deep feeling, I am wealthy now. My subconscious is filled with the light of abundance. Large sums of money come to me in perfect ways. Everything concerning my money is now arranged in my favor. I receive while I rest, and now let words fade. Let pictures fade. Let yourself be carried deeper into the quiet. The treasury of light continues its work within you. Your only task now is the easiest of all, to rest as the wealthy one you already are. Now, having walked through the chamber of wealth, the garden of provision, and the treasury of light, we go into yet another chamber of your own being. This time, I bring you into a place where states are melted down and cast anew. I call it the mint of transmutation. Here, we will take your worries, your fears about money, your memories of lack, and we will not fight them, we will not argue with them, we will melt them into pure light and send that light down a river into your future. Your future, you must remember, is not far away. It is only the outpicturing of the state you are accepting now. So we begin. Take a slow breath in through your nose and let it fall gently out through your mouth. Again, in and out. With every breath, feel your outer body growing heavier, more relaxed, more willing to be still. You do not need to hold yourself up now. The bed, the chair, the earth itself holds you perfectly. Inside, however, you are stepping into a very different place. In imagination, you find yourself standing at the mouth of a tunnel, carved gently into the side of a hill. The sky above is deep and calm, colored with the last traces of evening light. There is no harsh wind, no storm, only a quiet coolness in the air, the feeling of being drawn inward into the heart of the hill, into the heart of your own being. Above the tunnel arch, you see words carved in simple, beautiful letters, the mint of transmutation. You are not afraid to enter. You know this is your inner workshop. This is where you and your Father are one creative power. Step now inside the tunnel. The floor is smooth stone, slightly cool beneath your feet. Torches of soft light line the walls, not flames of fire, but columns of golden radiance that cast no shadows. The deeper you walk, the warmer the air becomes. Not hot, not oppressive, warm like a bakery just before dawn, where dough is rising, and everything smells of new bread. You can feel that something here is being formed. You come to a large doorway and step through. Before you lies a vast underground hall, circular, with a high ceiling arched like the inside of a great shell. The walls are made of stone, but they glow with a gentle, steady light from veins of gold running through them. Around the hall are several great furnaces, but they do not blaze with red fire. Instead, they emit a soft, white gold radiance, and from each comes a low, comforting hum, like the sound of a hymn sung very quietly. In the center of the hall stands a wide, round platform of smooth stone. Above it, hanging in the air, is a large, shallow bowl made of pure light. It has no chains, no supports. It simply rests there, waiting. This is the crucible of the mint. This is where we will lay your worries, your fears, your old stories about money, not to cherish them, not to repeat them, but to melt them down into the substance of your new state. You realize now that you are not alone. Figures stand around the hall, quiet, kind, attentive, not strangers, not judges. These are forms of your own imagination, the wise, patient aspects of your deeper self. They are the craftsmen of this mint, but they take their orders from one place only, your assumption. Whatever state you choose to hold, they shape the world to mirror it. They bow their heads slightly as you step onto the central platform. You stand now beneath the great bowl of light. I want you for a moment to look down at your hands. In imagination, you see that you are holding a small, heavy bundle. This bundle is wrapped in gray cloth. You can feel its weight. This bundle represents every worry, every anxious thought you have carried about money. That bill I fear I cannot pay. That debt that seems too large. That month that frightens me. That voice that says, I will never have enough. All the memories when I felt unworthy to receive. Do not try to name them all. Simply know they are here, symbolized in this gray bundle. You have carried them long enough. Tonight we do the only wise thing with such material. We change it. You hear my voice in this mint saying softly, you do not run from your fears. You redeem them. You do not fight your old story. You melt it and cast it anew. Now lift the bundle in both hands. Hold it up toward the great bowl of light. As you raise it, you notice that the bowl begins to glow a little brighter, as if in answer. You feel the craftsmen around the hall, watching quietly, not to judge, but to assist. Take a breath in, and as you exhale, release the bundle. It rises gently from your hands, as though weightless, and settles into the glowing bowl. The moment it touches, there is a soft sound, like ice meeting warm water. The bundle loosens. The gray cloth unwraps. Inside you see shapes, small, dark fragments, like pieces of metal, bent, twisted, old. Each fragment is a specific fear, a remembered embarrassment, a moment of lack. But before you can fix your mind on any one of them, the light in the bowl begins to intensify. A soft radiance pours over the fragments, and they start to glow. Slowly, very slowly, they soften. Their sharp edges dissolve. Their hard angles curve. You watch as all those solid, heavy pieces melt into a single pool of bright, liquid light. This is the great alchemy of your own mind. Every fear you have ever held about money is made of the same substance as faith. The difference has been only in the form you have given it. Here, in the mint of transmutation, we return it to its original substance, pure, neutral power, and we give it a new form. The molten light in the bowl shimmers and glows. Now from the floor beside you, a platform rises. On it you see a large press, made of shining metal and stone. It is simple and beautiful. Upon its upper plate is engraved a symbol, an open hand, and a flowing river beneath it. On its lower plate, you see a circle, the mold for a coin. These coins are not ordinary money. They are shaped states, specific feelings, specific assumptions, cast in the language of wealth. The craftsmen look to you now. I speak to you from within. What shall we mint from the substance of your old fears? What new decree shall we stamp into this light? You do not need many words. One clear phrase, felt deeply, is worth more than 1,000 repetitions spoken without feeling. So first, we choose a phrase. Perhaps I am always provided for. Or every bill I have is paid in full. Or large sums of money come to me easily and steadily. Choose one now. Let it come gently. Let it feel right. Now one of the craftsmen steps forward, holding a small bar of solid light. It has been drawn from the bowl. Pure, molten substance, cooled just enough to hold shape. The bar is placed gently into the lower plate of the press. You step forward. Your hand rests on the handle. You are the one who decides. Inwardly, you speak your phrase. I am always provided for. I am always provided for. I am always provided for. As you feel the truth of it rising in your chest, You press down. The press descends with a soft, deep sound. Not a harsh clank, but a firm, assured tone, like a seal being set into wax. When you lift the handle, the plate rises. There in the mold rests a coin of light. You pick it up. It is warm, smooth, reassuring. On one side, you see the symbol, the open hand and the flowing river. On the other side, you see your phrase, engraved in living letters of light, I am always provided for. Run your thumb over the words. Feel them. This coin is no longer fear or worry. It is your decree, cast and sealed. Every time you feel it, every time you see it in imagination, it reminds the subconscious, this is the new pattern. You turn the coin in your fingers. It pulses gently, as though it had its own heartbeat. Now more bars of light are brought to the press. The molten fears, the old memories, have been transformed into the substance for as many coins as you desire. Again, you place your hands on the handle. This time, perhaps you choose the phrase, every bill I have is paid in full, on time, with ease. Feel how it would be if that were true. Imagine yourself a month from now, 3 months from now, a year from now. You open a letter, it reads paid in full. You look at your accounts. They show no overdue mark, no red, only balance, only completion. Feel the relief, the gratitude. Bring that feeling into your chest. Now press. The handle descends. The subtle tone of the mint sounds again. When you lift the plate, there lies another coin. On one side, the open hand and the river. On the other, every bill I have is paid in full, on time, with ease. Pick it up. Let the warmth of that truth spread through your fingers. Let your nervous system taste the reality of bills that are not enemies, but simple, neutral expressions of value exchanged, and always easily met. Again and again, you work the press. Each time, you choose a new phrase, or you deepen the same ones. Money comes to me even while I sleep. I always have more than enough. I am at peace with money. I receive with ease. I give with joy, and I am replenished. With each press, with each soft, deep sound, another coin appears, each one a concentrated symbol of your new state. Soon you have a small pile of these luminous coins resting in a shallow bowl beside the press. They glow gently like embers that will never burn out. Now I want you to notice something. At the edge of the hall, beyond the furnaces and the stone pillars, there is a wide opening in the wall. From that opening flows a channel, a narrow river of clear, shining water. It runs smoothly, quietly, along a bed of stone that glimmers faintly with its own inner light. This is the river of manifestation. It carries your decrees into the field of time, into the future that is not separate from you, but simply an unfolding picture of your present assumption. One of the craftsmen comes to your side and lifts the bowl of luminous coins. He holds it out to you, but he will not throw them. Only you may send them. You step down from the central platform and walk slowly toward the river. The air grows cooler, and the sound of flowing water becomes clearer. The channel is shallow. You can see every stone beneath the surface. The water itself is not ordinary water. It is light made fluid. You can see currents within it, threads of brightness moving swiftly along paths that disappear into the distance. Kneel now beside the bank. The floor is warm stone beneath your knees. You hold the bowl of coins in your hands. Each coin is a decree, a truth you have chosen to assume. You are going to send them forth, but you will not cast them away. You will plant them. Lift one coin. Feel its weight, its warmth. Look once more at the words upon it. I am always provided for. Now speak those words inwardly, with as much feeling as you can gently summon. As you do, lower the coin to the surface of the water. The moment it touches, there is no splash. The coin does not sink. It floats, glowing softly. The current catches it, and it begins to drift downstream. Carried along by the river of manifestation, you watch it go. As it moves further away, you see it split gently into two. then 4, then 8, many small points of light moving in different directions. Each point is a possible channel through which your provision may appear. An idea, a meeting, an opportunity, a change of circumstance. You cannot name them all, nor need you. You have sent the state, and the law will choose the perfect means. Take another coin. This one reads, "Every bill I have is paid in full, on time, with ease." Hold it over your heart for a moment. Feel the relief as if it were already so. Then place it upon the water. Again, it floats, glows, and is carried away. It too breaks into many streams of light. Perhaps one stream becomes a new income source. Another becomes a change in a creditor's attitude. Another becomes an unexpected gift. Another becomes a quiet wisdom in your own spending. You do not manage this, you only decree. Again and again. You send coins. I receive money while I rest. Large sums of money come to me from expected and unexpected channels. I am debt-free and at peace. I am a blessing and I am blessed. Each coin meets the water. Each coin is taken up by the current. Each one multiplies into countless lines of light. As you watch, you begin to sense the truth of something I have always taught. Your world is not made by the outer actions you take alone. It is made by the state you occupy. These coins are symbols of your chosen state. The river is the movement of life itself, rearranging outer conditions to mirror what you have accepted within. When all your coins have been sent, the bowl in your hands is empty, but you do not feel lack. You feel a deep satisfaction, as if you have just sown a rich field. You know that the harvest is certain. Stand now. Look down the long curve of the glowing river. You cannot see its end. It winds through caverns of light, under arches, past distant halls, but you know where it ultimately flows. It flows into the field of your days, into mornings you have not yet lived, into months that have not yet come, into years that are still in seed. You have sent wealth-bearing seeds into that field. You have not begged, you have not pleaded. You have stamped your decree into the substance of light and entrusted it to the law. The craftsmen around the hall have watched quietly. They smile now. They are not hired by your fears. They are employed by your faith. You have given them new instructions. They will carry them out. Return now to the center of the hall. As you walk, you notice something that makes you smile. Near the furnaces, there are still some fragments of old metal, bits of worry, leftover shapes of the former bundle. But each one is already softening. Even without your touch, they are drawn into the light, melted down, made ready for another casting. You understand now. Even if an old thought appears again in your mind, you know what to do. You bring it to this mint. You melt it, you stamp it, you send it. You are not at the mercy of your history. You are the mint master of your present. Stand once more beneath the great bowl of light. The craftsmen gather closer, not to speak, but to witness. Raise your hands slightly, palms open. The bowl above you pours down a soft shower of golden radiance, not heavy, not blinding, just enough to cover you from head to foot. This is the seal of the mint. Old impressions are washed away. New impressions are fixed. Let the light soak into your skin, into your muscles, into your bones. Feel your chest warm, your back relax, your face soften. Say inwardly, all my former worries about money are now melted down and cast into new wealth. My subconscious is filled with the clear stamp of abundance. The river of my life carries these decrees into perfect expression. I receive what I have already sent. I want you now to bring this entire scene closer and closer to the feeling of sleep. You are still in the mint, but the edges of the hall grow softer. The furnaces hum more quietly. The craftsmen fade into a warm, supportive presence. You walk slowly back through the tunnel, out of the hill, into the night air. Yet the light of the mint remains within you. The river continues to flow. The coins continue to travel. You need not attend them. The law attends them. You come back now to the awareness of your physical body. You feel the support beneath you. You feel the gentle weight of your own limbs. but within you are stamped with a new assurance. I am always provided for. Every bill I have is paid in full. Large sums of money move toward me now in perfect ways. Even as I sleep, my decrees travel and bring back their own fulfillment. Before you surrender to deeper sleep, let one simple sentence rise in you, quiet as a final coin laid upon the surface of that shining river. I receive while I rest. Say it once more, with feeling, I receive while I rest. And now, let the words drift away. Let the images fade. Leave the mint of transmutation to its holy work. You have done your part. You have melted the old state. You have stamped the new decree. You have sent it upon the river. Now the only task that remains for you is the sweetest of all, to sleep as the wealthy one, to rest in the assurance that what you have assumed must objectify itself in your world. Rest now with this knowing. The mint is active within me. The river is flowing for me. My decrees are returning to me as facts. It is done. Now, having melted your worries in the mint and sent your coins of light down the river of manifestation, I bring you to yet another image of the same eternal law. Tonight we come to the harbor of returning tides. Here, you will feel very gently the circular nature of wealth, how money, like water, loves to flow, to come in, to go out, and to return again. You will discover that you are not a desperate seeker standing on a lonely shore, but the harbor itself, the place to which blessings love to come back. So let your body sink a little deeper into where you are. Let your shoulders soften. Let your jaw slacken. Let the tongue rest gently behind your teeth. Take a slow breath in through your nose and let it fall out quietly through your mouth. Again, in and out. And as your breath becomes slower, easier, more natural, you find yourself in imagination, walking down a narrow stone path in the blue hour, that soft time between sunset and night, when colors deepen and the world grows quiet without growing dark. The air is cool but not cold. It smells faintly of salt and wood that has known many tides. Ahead of you, the ground seems to fall away, and then you see it. A wide harbor, opening like a calm bowl into the greater sea. Lanterns hang from tall wooden posts along the water's edge. Their light is honey-like, soft and golden, stretching long reflections across the water. Boats rest gently at their moorings, rocking with the slow movement of the tide. There is no storm, there is no hurry, only the deep, steady rhythm of the sea breathing in and out. You hear a low bell farther along the quay, one single note, clear and calm. It does not alarm you. It welcomes you. This, I say to you, is the harbor of returning tides. Here, you will remember that what you give returns to you. Here, you will see that prosperity is not a violent wave, but a faithful tide. Walk now toward the water. The stone beneath your feet is worn smooth by many footsteps over many years. As you approach the first pier, you see a small boat tied to its post. Painted along its side, in gentle letters, you read the name, Ease. Step closer. Run your hand along the worn rail. The wood feels warm, as if it has held a day's worth of sunlight, and is now giving it back to you. Inside the boat, you see neat crates stacked safely. Each crate is marked with a simple label. The ones closest to you read, Light bills, quiet days, calm decisions. You understand, somehow, that everything in this boat represents ease in the realm of money, the simple ability to open a letter without a tightening in the chest, to pay what is due without fear, to move through your day without the constant noise of lack. You lay your hand upon one crate marked light bills, and I say feel, just for a moment, what it is like for every obligation you have to be met easily. In imagination, see yourself tomorrow or next week opening a letter. Instead of dread, you feel calm. You see the amount, and at once you know, this is handled. There is enough. Let that feeling rise in your chest, not as a fantasy, not as a wish, but as if it were true now. You are trying on the state. This harbor is nothing but the picture of your state. Now you notice another boat moored beside the first. This one is slightly larger. Its paint is a deep, glowing green. Along its side you read the name Ove, flow. Step toward it. It rocks gently, as if in greeting. Inside the crates are fewer, but larger. These are marked with words like more than enough, gifts given freely, unexpected income, generous pay. There is even a crate marked, the thing I didn't know I could afford. You smile. I say to you, you have lived so long with the idea of barely enough or just in time that the state of overflow feels almost strange. But overflow is simply the awareness that your source is not a paycheck, not a person, not a place, but your own wonderful human imagination. When you accept that source as infinite, how can you not accept overflow? Rest your hand on the crate marked more than enough. Feel how solid it is. Let your inner vision show you a simple scene. It may be you at your table, looking at your accounts, and discovering with quiet surprise that there is more left than you expected. It may be you at a shop, able to buy something you once denied yourself, and doing so without guilt or fear. It may be you giving something away, a gift, an offering, a sum of money, and feeling no sense of loss, only joy. Let one such scene arise naturally. Do not strain, just allow. Now we move along the quay. Each few steps there is another boat, each with its own name. You pass one called right work, another called right people, another called right opportunities. You see crates in those boats labeled fair pay, valued skill, good timing. But there is one boat, moored near the center of the harbor, that draws your attention most. It is slightly broader, and its hull is the color of deep blue night. The letters along its side are simple, but they shine softly. Return. You walk toward it, and step onto the planks of the pier beside it. Inside this boat, you see crates that you recognize without reading. Here are all the things you have given in life. Moments when you helped another without being asked. Times when you gave money, even though you felt you had little. Days when you worked with more care than you were paid for. For a long time you believed those actions were lost, that the world forgot them. But here, in the harbor of returning tides, you see those givings have taken on form. Each crate of generosity, each box of kindness, each parcel of willingness is here, waiting to be carried back to you in new shapes. Look more closely. You see labels such as goodwill returned, favors paid back in better ways, unexpected help, reaping where I did not sow directly. I say to you, you have never truly lost a kind act. You may have thought you were giving out of your little, but at the level of law, you were investing in your own future. Every tide that went out from this harbor returns. It may not return from the same direction, nor in the same form, but it returns. That is its nature. As you stand looking into the boat called return, you begin to understand something. Money is not a straight line, it is a circle. It does not simply go out and disappear. It goes out, does its work, and finds its way back to the consciousness from which it was sent. If that consciousness is one of fear, then it returns as more fear. If that consciousness is one of faith and generosity, it returns as abundance. Now look out toward the mouth of the harbor. The sea beyond is calm and wide. You can see the gentle movement of the tide itself, not violent waves, but a slow, steady rise and fall. This is wealth, not a sudden storm that comes and goes, but a rhythm, faithful and kind. I say, many have tried to hoard their money as if it were a stone. They fear to let anything go out. But what they call money is only the shadow of their own state. To fear circulation is to fear life. You are not made to clutch and clench, you are made to breathe, and money too loves to breathe. Now we will do a very gentle exercise. In imagination, step down into one of the boats, the one called ease, or the one called overflow, or the one called return. Choose the one that feels most inviting to you now. See yourself stepping carefully into the boat. Feel it rock slightly beneath your weight. Sit down on a simple wooden bench inside. Feel the sway of the water. Over the side, you can see the gentle movement of the harbor. Lantern light dances softly on the surface. Now take one crate in your hands. You do not need to lift it far. Just grip its edges. Read its label. Maybe it says paid in full, or more than enough, or ease in every direction. Whatever it is, bring those words inward. Close your eyes, for we are in imagination already, and feel, just for a moment, as if that label were the present truth of your life. Not tomorrow, not next year. Now, I am the one for whom this is already true. Let that feeling sink down into your chest. Let your shoulders respond, they may relax. Let your breath respond, it may deepen. Let your stomach respond, it may soften. This is the feeling of a harbor that trusts its tides. When you have tasted this feeling, imagine yourself gently sliding that crate back into its place in the boat. You have not lost it, you have acknowledged it. You have claimed it. Now, in imagination, reach behind you to the stern of the boat. There you find a small leather pouch. When you open it, you discover it is filled with small, smooth stones. Each stone glows faintly. Each has a word etched into it. You pick one up, the word is receiving. Another, giving. Another, circulation. Another, trust. Turn the stone marked receiving over in your palm. Feel its warmth. Inwardly, say to yourself, I am willing to receive. You see now that many times in your life, you have been more eager to give than to receive. Yet the tide cannot only go out, it must come in. You are not selfish to receive. You are completing the circle. Feel what it is like to say inwardly, without apology, I receive with gratitude. I welcome good money, good opportunities, good treatment. I am worthy of fair and generous reward. Let any resistance you feel become like foam on the edge of the tide, there for a moment, then gone. Now pick up the stone marked giving. You turn it in your hand. Inwardly, say, I give from fullness, not from fear. I give because I know I cannot truly lose what I give in love. It returns to me multiplied. Remember that you are not only the receiver, you are also a channel. Money loves to flow through those who allow it to bless others. You are not a dead end. You are a harbor. Now take both stones, receiving and giving, and place them together in the same palm. They do not fight. They do not compete. They warm each other. This is the truth. Receiving and giving are not two enemies. They are two ends of the same breath. You are complete when you allow both. Now pick up the stone marked circulation. As you hold it, you notice that the boat beneath you rocks a little more. You glance up and realize the tide is turning. Where the water was once moving out, it is now moving in. The ropes at the posts creak softly as the boats adjust. You feel in your very body that things are changing. The tide is returning. Hold that stone tight and inwardly declare, money in my life is in constant loving circulation. It comes to me. It flows through me. It returns to me in better ways. You do not try to imagine every path. You simply accept the movement. You are the harbor, not the wave. Finally, take the stone marked trust. This one feels slightly heavier, but in a comforting way, like a warm hand on your shoulder. You hold it over your heart. Inwardly, you say, I trust the tide. I trust the law. I trust that what comes to me is what I have assumed, and that I am free to assume differently from this night on. I trust that money is not my master, but my servant. I trust that I am the harbor to which good things return. Now imagine placing all four stones, receiving, giving, circulation, trust, into the small pouch and tying it at your belt. They are with you now, wherever you go. You can reach for them at any time in imagination. They are no longer far away. They are part of your state. Stand now in the boat. Hold the rail. Look out over the water. You see other boats beginning to move. Some are returning from the open sea, their crates fuller than when they left. Some are departing gently, carrying their loads to other harbors, other lives. You understand now that when you spend money, yes, it leaves your hand, but it does not leave life. It blesses someone else, and the law of your being ensures that such blessing cannot leave you empty. You are tied to the same tide. What you send out in faith returns. Now step back onto the pier. Feel the firm stone beneath your feet again. Walk slowly along the harbor. As you move, you see that every few yards there is a simple marker embedded in the stone. Each one bears a short sentence, like an inscription. You read, what goes out in fear returns as fear. What goes out in faith returns as abundance. What I give to another, I give to myself. You pause at one marker that seems to shine a little more brightly. It says, I am the harbor of returning good. Say that inwardly now. I am the harbor of returning good. Notice how different this feels from the old state of being the beggar on the shore. You are not waiting for some random fortune to pick you out. You are the place where supply loves to arrive. As you walk, the light from the lanterns grows softer. The night deepens. The stars appear over the open sea. You hear, once more, the low bell. This time it seems to sound from inside your chest. A single note, repeated, enough, 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 enough. It is not a rebuke. It is a blessing. You come to the far end of the harbor, where a wide stone stair leads down to a small landing, just above the water. Sit there now, in imagination, on the edge of the harbor. Let your feet hang above the dark water. Watch the slow movement of the tide. As you sit, I speak to you very simply. You have learned to fear the outgoing tide. You have looked at money going out and called it loss. But now you see that what goes out on this tide returns on another. You do not need to count waves. You only need to accept that the waters are faithful. Let your breath match the rhythm of the tide. As you inhale, feel as if the water were gently rising. As you exhale, feel as if the water were gently falling. In and out. Receiving and giving. Rest now in the awareness that money too is breathing. It is not dead. It is not rigid. It is simply one form of the life that moves through you. Now for a moment call to mind some outgoing tide in your past. Perhaps a moment when you paid something and felt afraid, or when you gave something and felt diminished. See that moment as a small boat leaving your harbor. It may carry a label like bill, or debt, or gift. I could not afford. Watch it glide away. Do not chase it. Do not cling. Now inwardly, change that boat's name. In your mind, let the letters on its side softly rearrange. See it now labeled seed. Watch how different you feel. A seed is expected to return multiplied. You never mourn putting a seed into the ground. You know it must vanish in its old form to become something greater. So too with money. So too with value. So too with the moments you have given from your heart. Let that small boat disappear into the soft dark, and now, in the same imagination, see a new boat coming in. This one is larger, more stable. Its name reads Harvest. As it comes closer, you see crates aboard marked relief, support, unexpected help, new work, found money. This is the returning tide of that former seed. You may not recognize its path, but you recognize its kindness. Let yourself feel, for just a moment, what it is like to watch that boat carrying help toward your harbor. No panic, no chase, only a quiet knowing. Of course it is coming. Of course it has found me. This harbor is mine. Now I want you to turn your attention from the outer water to the inner. Feel your own chest. Feel your heartbeat. Notice the inward tide and the outward tide of your breath. In, out, receiving, giving. You are yourself a small ocean, and the same law that governs the sea governs your wealth. Say inwardly, quietly, I allow money to flow in and to flow out. I fear neither. I know that what I give in faith returns to me in better form. I am the harbor of returning good. I am safe in the rhythm of wealth. Let those words sink below thought. Do not argue. Do not analyze. Simply let. Now the harbor grows even quieter. Most of the boats are secure for the night. Lanterns burn low. The bell falls silent. Only the sound of the gentle tide remains. You rise from the stone landing and walk slowly back up the steps. At the top, you turn once more and look over the harbor. It seems to you now like a great dark bowl holding light. You feel, strangely, that the harbor is not outside you. It is a picture of your own heart. Every boat is an avenue by which wealth can reach you. Every crate is a form that money may take. Every tide is your state returning to you. I say to you, from this night on, each time you pay for something, you will remember this harbor. You will not say, money is leaving me. You will say, this is a tide going out, and the tide always returns. When you give, you will call it seed. When you receive, you will call it harvest. And you will remember that both belong to you. Turn now from the harbor. Walk back along the stone path. Feel your feet upon the ground. Feel the air upon your face. Each step brings you closer to the awareness of your physical body. Yet the image of the harbor remains with you. You carry it inside. As you come back to this present moment, to your bed, your room, your breath, let one simple sentence rise gently from the deepest part of your being. I am the harbor of returning wealth. Say it inwardly one more time. I am the harbor of returning wealth. Money flows out through me in faith and returns to me in abundance. Now let the words go. Let the images fade into the background. The law has received your impression. The tide has been set. Your work now is not to struggle, but to rest as the one who knows the tide is faithful. Rest, and let your sleep be the open harbor into which the returning boats of good may glide quietly, steadily, without resistance. Rest, harbor of wealth. The tide is already turning in your favor. I want you now to come with me into a world that is already yours, though you may not yet have claimed it. Not with your feet, not with your hands, but with the only instrument that ever truly moves you from one state to another, your own wonderful human imagination. I am not asking you to strain. I am not asking you to force anything. I simply invite you to accept that for these moments, nothing matters but what you are now seeing and feeling within. Let the outer world fall behind like a coat slipped from your shoulders. You and I are going to walk in a place where abundance is as natural as breathing, as constant as the beating of your heart. In imagination, I bring you to a vast orchard. It stretches beyond sight, far past any horizon your outer eyes have ever seen. The sky above is soft and calm, neither too bright nor too dim, as if it were made for contemplation. The air is mild, just cool enough to refresh, just warm enough to comfort. Here there is no hurry, no noise, no demand, only the quiet certainty of life unfolding. All around you stand trees, great noble trees with trunks strong and steady, roots deep and sure. Their branches are heavy with fruit, and not the dull fruit of ordinary fields, but golden fruit that seems to hold light inside it. It does not glare, it glows. Some of the fruit is still on the branches, round and full, waiting in serene perfection. Some has fallen gently to the soft earth, resting there like small suns upon a green sea. At the base of many of these trees, you see wooden baskets. They are simple, beautiful, well-made baskets, the kind that last for generations. Each one has a word carved into it, not crudely, but with loving care. You see one that reads, overflow, another, ease, another, unexpected blessings. As you move, more appear, security, freedom, joyful giving, quiet wealth, and steady increase. I tell you now, this orchard is not outside of you. It is a picture of your own consciousness. Every tree here is a state you have occupied. Every fruit is a result you have brought forth, whether you recognized it or not. And every basket is a channel through which your good may be gathered and expressed. Walk with me now along a soft path that winds between the trees. Your feet feel the gentle firmness of the ground. It supports you without resistance. As you walk, you notice something marvelous. There is no sense of lack here. No tree is straining to produce. None of them are anxious about whether there will be enough rain, enough sun, enough time. Everything is in perfect order. Fruit appears, ripens, loosens, falls, returns to the soil, And the tree produces more, quietly, calmly, endlessly. I want you to let that rhythm touch you. You have been taught in the outer world that resources are scarce, that money is hard, that opportunities are few and quickly taken. But look here, in this orchard that is your inner world, there is no hurry. Not a single leaf is anxious. Not a single branch is afraid. The tree does not wonder, will I be able to bear fruit again? It simply abides in its nature, and fruit comes. As you look up, you see a branch bowed low with shining golden fruit. It is close enough that you could reach out and touch it. On the bark of this tree hangs a small wooden sign, and upon it is written a single word, overflow. This tree is the state of overflowing supply, more than enough, and then more again. Gently, in imagination, raise your hand and feel the smooth skin of the fruit beneath your fingers. It is warm, as if it has been holding the sun. It yields just slightly to your touch, and you know it is perfectly ripe. You twist it lightly, and it comes away in your hand as naturally as a breath. There is no resistance. It wanted to be yours. I say to you, this fruit is a symbol of a financial blessing, an opportunity, an amount, a gift that is already yours in consciousness. You are not begging the tree to produce. You are not pleading with the earth. You are simply accepting what is ready for you. You place the golden fruit into the basket marked overflow. When the fruit touches the woven wood, the letters on the basket seem to glow with a soft light, as if acknowledging that your acceptance is complete. You do not ask, but how? From where? Through whom? In this orchard, how is the business of the soil, the root, the sun, and the unseen law? Your business is to choose, to accept, and to rest in the knowing that what you have accepted must, by the law, appear. Move now a little further along the path. You come upon another tree, its branches more slender, but no less abundant. The sign on its trunk reads, ease. This tree represents the state where money no longer feels like struggle, no longer feels like battle, but flows to you easily, naturally, just as the sap flows unseen inside the tree. Look at the fruit on this tree. You notice that somehow it looks softer, not weaker, but gentler. There is something tender in its glow. It is the very picture of relief, the look of a problem already solved, a bill already paid, a need already met before it could trouble you. Again, reach up and take one of these fruits in your hand. Notice how little effort it requires. In fact, feel how the tree seems to lean a fraction toward you, as though it was waiting for you to claim what has always been yours. You gather this golden fruit, and you place it in the basket marked ease. As you do, you realize something profound. You have, for many years, planted the seeds of struggle in your imagination. You have rehearsed difficulty, expected delay, argued for hardship, and faithfully, like a good orchard, your subconscious mind has brought forth fruit after its kind. But now, in this moment, you are choosing to plant something different. You are planting ease. You walk on, and as you go, you become aware of the sound in this place. It is very quiet, yes, but not empty. There is the rustle of leaves, a soft murmur as fruit drops now and then into the grass, the faintest whisper of wind between branches. It is the sound of constant, effortless creation. Creation does not shout, it does not strain. It simply is. Now your eyes fall upon another basket, at the base of a tall, strong tree. The carving on this basket reads, unexpected blessings. Just seeing those words stirs something within you, a memory of all the times life surprised you with good. You did not earn by effort, good you did not plan, good that slipped through the cracks of your careful calculations and simply arrived. Look up into this tree. Its branches seem to play with the light, breaking it into 1,000 small movements. The fruit here is particularly radiant. Some pieces are small, some large, but each has a sense of delight about it, as though it knows it will appear in ways that astonish you. You reach up and pluck one of these fruits. As you hold it, I want you to remember a time in your life, however small, when something worked out better than you expected, when aid came, or a door opened, or a sum appeared, and you said, I don't know how, but I'm grateful. Feel that same gratitude now. But do not tie it to the past. Let it belong to the present, to this fruit in your hand, to the blessings already forming for you. Place that fruit into the basket marked unexpected blessings. Notice that in doing so, you are silently saying to the law, I am open to good beyond my plans. I am willing to be surprised by abundance. I accept that there are ways and means I have never considered, and they are for me. Walk deeper still into the orchard. The path turns gently, revealing more trees, each with its own character, its own bearing. You see trees whose branches are low and wide, others whose trunks are tall and dignified. On one, the sign reads, security. On another, freedom. Father on joyful giving. I tell you, these are not pretty fantasies. They are living states within you. When you wear the feeling of financial security, you are standing under that tree. When you embody the state of freedom, you are already tasting its fruit. When you delight in giving, you are filling a basket that can never be empty. For the moment you give from a state of inner wealth, the law begins preparing the next harvest. Pause now beneath the tree marked security. Look at the fruit. Each one seems steady, grounded. There is nothing frantic about this tree. It does not produce in bursts and then wither. It is constant. This is the consciousness of knowing. I am always taken care of. My needs are met before I can fear them. There is a place prepared for me, a channel open to me, and nothing can close it but my own refusal to believe. In imagination, take a piece of this fruit. As you hold it, allow yourself to feel what it would be like to know, not to hope, not to wish, but to know that money is always there when required, that unexpected expenses are met with unexpected supply, that you can look at life with a calm brow. Feel that calm spread through your chest, your stomach, your shoulders. Let the fruit of security become part of you. Then place it into whatever basket feels right. Overflow, ease, unexpected blessings, or even a new one you now notice bearing the word safety. Now I want you to notice something happening in the soil beneath these trees. At first, you saw only fallen fruit resting gently on the grass. But now, as your attention softens, you begin to perceive the next part of the cycle. Some of the fruit, over time, breaks open. Its golden flesh blends into the dark, rich earth. Seeds within that fruit sink into the soil, unseen. There is no ceremony. No one applauds. Yet in silence, new roots begin. This is the law of your life. The feeling you allow tonight, the assumption you accept, may sink out of sight for a time. You may not see immediate proof with your outer eye, but beneath the surface, in the deep subconscious, a root is taking hold. And soon enough, inevitably, a tender shoot will appear as a changed circumstance, a new opportunity, an increased income, an unexpected gift. Every desire you carry is like one of these seeds. It already contains within itself the pattern of its own fulfillment. You do not need to construct the whole tree. You need only plant the seed in the fertile soil of feeling. Say to yourself, gently, as you look around this orchard, every true desire in me carries its own harvest. The moment I accept it as already mine, the seed is planted. The tree must appear. Now imagine that you stop in the very center of this vast orchard. Turn slowly in your mind and look in every direction. As far as you can see, there is only more and more abundance. Tree after tree, row after row, horizon after horizon of golden fruit. There is no fence at the edge, no sign that says only this much. Your consciousness is not a small backyard with poor soil. It is this endless orchard, rich and generous. I want you now to choose one desire, just one, that has been in your heart concerning money, provision, or freedom. It may be the clearing of a debt, the steady increase of income, the ability to give more freely, the experience of rest without fear. Do not make it complicated. Feel it as a simple, honest longing. Now in this orchard, I ask you, where is the tree that belongs to that desire? Do not analyze. Allow yourself to be drawn. Perhaps you see a tree upon a small rise, bathed in a slightly brighter light. Perhaps one path in particular seems to invite you. Follow it. As you come to that tree, you see that on its trunk, or on a small sign at its base, is a word or phrase that perfectly names this desire in its fulfilled form. Not trying to pay the debt, but debt-free. Not looking for work, but joyful work. Abundant ideas, constant clients, or financial freedom. Whatever you find there, accept it as right. This is the name of the state you are now entering. Stand under this tree. Look up at the fruit. See it ripe and ready. This tree does not doubt that its fruit belongs to you. In imagination, reach up and take one of these golden fruits. If there is any hesitation in you, any voice that whispers, "Do I deserve this?" gently set that voice aside as you might set aside a coat that no longer fits. It is not your true garment. Your true garment is the state you are now choosing. Feel the weight of this fruit in your hand. Understand that this is the embodiment of your desire in finished form. Your subconscious does not work with vague wishes. It works with completed ideas clothed in feeling. This fruit is your desire. Done. Now bring it to your heart, hold it there. Allow yourself to feel, as much as you can, the joy, the relief, the calm certainty of already having what this fruit represents. If your desire is to be free from a certain financial burden, feel the unmistakable lightness of that burden gone. If you long for steady supply, feel the quiet confidence of always enough established. If you wish to be generous, feel the delight of giving out of abundance, never from fear. Do not worry if the feeling is faint. Do not struggle. Even a small seed contains within it a full-grown tree. What matters is that you accept it as true now in this inner world. Say, silently or aloud, "This is mine. I have it now." Feel how those words change the way you hold the fruit. When you are ready, place this fruit into one of the baskets at your feet. If none of the baskets seem to match, notice that another appears, bearing exactly the right word. Perhaps debt-free, financial freedom, secure income, or wealthy identity. Place the fruit there and know that you have just performed, in imagination, the act of claiming. Now observe something beautiful. As soon as the fruit touches the basket, the tree above you responds. New blossoms appear where fruit once hung. The tree is not diminished by your taking. On the contrary, it seems to be encouraged. For every desire you allow fulfilled in consciousness, the capacity of your inner world to produce increases. You are showing the orchard that you are willing to receive, and so the law is compelled to bring forth more. Look down now at the baskets you have been filling during this walk. Overflow, ease, unexpected blessings, security, freedom, joyful giving, and the one that bears the name of your specific desire. Each basket holds golden fruit, each piece a symbol of a realized state. You are not looking at wishes, you are looking at completed, imaginal acts. I say to you, as I have said in many halls, in many cities, dare to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. If you persist in it, it will harden into fact. This orchard is the dramatization of that truth. Everything you see here is an assumption made living, a state given form. The golden fruit is the fact waiting to be expressed in your outer life. Now I want you to notice the path beneath your feet again. It is familiar now. You know its softness, its gentle curves. As you begin to walk back through the orchard, you are not leaving abundance behind. You are carrying it within you. The trees remain rooted in your subconscious. The baskets remain filled in imagination. And because imagination is the only reality, the outer world must, in time, conform. As you pass the tree of overflow, you feel within you a new readiness to accept more than enough, not to hoard, but to circulate, to bless, to enjoy. As you pass the tree of ease, you sense that something in you has loosened, a grip has relaxed. Money no longer appears as an enemy to wrestle, but as a willing servant, ready to move where you send it. You pass again the tree of unexpected blessings, and you know that from this moment forward, You will not be surprised when good comes in unusual ways. You will nod inwardly and say, "Of course, the seeds were planted. The orchard is doing its work." You arrive now at the edge of the orchard, though you know there is no real edge, no true boundary. This place exists in you, therefore it cannot be taken. It is with you in every room, every conversation, every situation. Whenever you choose, you may return to stand beneath a tree, to fill a basket, to plant a new seed. Before you depart this scene, I want you to look back over your shoulder one last time. See the golden light resting upon the leaves, the gentle sway of the branches, the quiet assurance of the soil. Know that this is the truth of your being. You are not a beggar at the gate of life. You are the keeper of an infinite orchard. Say within yourself, in the simplest of words, abundance in me is self-renewing. Every desire I accept contains its own harvest. I walk in a world where wealth is as natural as fruit on these trees. I have it now, and now. As you gently let the image of the orchard soften, remember, you have not lost it. You have entered it and taken its feeling as your own. From this night on, when you think of money, of supply, of provision, you may recall this place, the golden fruit, the patient trees, the baskets marked overflow, ease, unexpected blessings, and that one special basket named after your fulfilled desire. Walk now, in the outer world, as one who has already visited the orchard of perpetual harvest, and knows what I assume within must by the law appear without. The seed is planted, the tree is certain, the harvest is sure. I want you now to walk with me into a scene that is not somewhere out there, but deep within you. You are going to discover that what you have been calling confusion, doubt, indecision about money has never been a condition of the world, but simply a matter of light. Not the light of the sun, but the light of your own wonderful human imagination. In imagination, I bring you to the edge of a high, quiet cliff. Night has fallen, but it is not a threatening night. It is deep and calm, like a velvet curtain drawn over the sky. Far below, the ocean spreads out in every direction, a vast, dark surface that holds movement and mystery beneath it. You can hear the slow, steady sound of waves meeting the base of the cliff, again and again with perfect rhythm. At the very edge of this cliff stands a tall lighthouse. Its stone walls are pale, almost silver in the moonlight. It has stood here for many years, unmoved by the changing weather, unshaken by storms, simply existing for one purpose, to cast light into the dark. High at the top, behind thick glass, a powerful lamp turns in a slow, perfect circle. With each rotation, it sends out a brilliant beam that sweeps across the black water, revealing for a moment distant shapes, the outlines of ships, the gleam of waves, the suggestion of paths. This lighthouse is your own consciousness. The dark sea is the world of facts, circumstances, conditions, the outer world. The ships are opportunities, resources, ideas, people, financial channels that are already moving in your direction. The light itself is your inner clarity, your assumed state. When the light is strong and steady, the ships know where to go. When the beam wavers or grows dim, they pass by, unable to see you. Stand now at the base of this lighthouse. Place your hand upon the cool stone. It is solid, real, dependable. Feel that this structure belongs to you. You are not a visitor here. You are the keeper. You are the one who tends the light. A heavy wooden door stands before you, bound in iron, worn smooth by many nights of faithful service. On that door, in simple letters, you see written financial clarity. You understand at once that this place is not about getting money by chance. It is about seeing rightly, choosing rightly, assuming rightly, so that money, like ships on the sea, can find you. Push the door open and step inside. The air within is cool and still. A spiral staircase rises along the inner wall, winding its way up toward the light. Each step is made of stone, sturdy and trusted. You begin to climb. not with haste, but with a quiet sense of purpose. You are ascending into a higher state of mind. As you climb, you come to a small landing with an open doorway. You step into a circular room lit by a gentle lamp. The walls are lined with wooden shelves, and on those shelves sit sturdy chests, each one carefully made, each one closed, yet inviting. On the front of each chest, a brass plate bears a single word. The first chest you see is labeled Clear Decisions. Another reads Right Opportunities. Another Guidance. Further along you notice others: Calm Judgment, Wise Timing, Inner Knowing, Discernment. I tell you now, these are not empty words. These chests hold states, ways of seeing and feeling that are already yours in imagination. When you open one and accept what it contains, you are not waiting for the world to show you clarity. You are assuming clarity now, and the world must then rearrange itself to reflect that state. Walk to the chest labeled Clear Decisions. Place your hand upon the lid. It feels smooth and well used, as if many good choices have been born here. Gently lift it open. Inside you find not papers, not numbers, but a quality of feeling, a calm, steady sense of I know. You have often said, I don't know what to do. I don't know which way to turn. That state, too, produced its own fruit. Tonight you are choosing something different. In imagination, place both hands into this chest. Instead of objects, you feel a clear, cool flow, like light turned into something you can touch. Let it run over your fingers, your palms, up your arms. You are clothing yourself in clarity, as a man would put on a coat. You are saying silently, without strain, I see clearly, I choose wisely. I am certain in matters of money. Now, as you draw your hands back, imagine that this clarity has not remained in the chest. It has come with you. It settles in your chest, behind your eyes, in the center of your mind. The fog begins to lift. Questions that once felt tangled begin to straighten. Close the chest gently. You have not taken from it, you have activated it in yourself. Turn now to the chest labeled Right Opportunities. How often have you feared missing your chance, choosing the wrong path, investing in the wrong thing, speaking to the wrong person? All of that anxiety arises when a man believes that opportunities live outside of him, scattered, scarce, easily lost. But listen to me. Everything that ever comes to you in the outer world is drawn by the state you occupy within. Open this chest. Inside you sense something warm and inviting, like a gentle magnetism. It is the feeling of being in the right place at the right time, of being naturally led to the people and channels that bless you. It is not the strain of chasing, but the quiet joy of meeting what already belongs to you. Place your hands once more into this invisible content. Feel yourself accepting. I am the one opportunities seek. I am the one money finds. I am the one doors open for. You are not asking to be lucky, you are assuming yourself to be aligned. That assumption is the light that will now shine from this tower. As you withdraw your hands, sense that this magnetism settles into your being. You no longer walk as one who hopes vaguely. You walk as one who expects right things to show up, right invitations, right assignments, right ideas. Not because you are forcing them, but because your inner light is now set to that pattern. Close the chest. Turn to the one labeled Guidance. Many of you have prayed for guidance and then continue to listen only to your fear. Guidance is not something shouted from the sky. It is a quiet knowing in the midst of noise. It is the next step revealed to a mind willing to be still. Open this chest. Inside, there is a sense of gentle, unhurried direction. Imagine that within it lies a compass, not made of metal, but of light. It does not spin wildly. It turns with simple certainty toward what is best for you. Not merely good, not merely acceptable, best. Take that compass in imagination and hold it near your heart. See its needle settle. Feel the steady assurance, I am guided wisely in all matters of money. I do not act from fear. I am led by an inner wisdom that never fails. Let that guidance sink deep into you. You do not have to know every step ahead. You have only to know that each necessary step will be revealed in due time, and you will recognize it because you now assume that you will. You may glance around the room and know every chest here is a different aspect of the same truth. That clarity is a state, not a gift of fortune. You claim it, and the world answers. Step back out of this chamber, returning to the spiral staircase. Begin to climb again. You are moving upward, closer to the lamp, closer to the place where inner light meets outer world. At the next landing, you enter another circular room. This one is bare stone, but in the center stands a great crystal lens mounted on a sturdy frame. This lens gathers the light from the lamp above and shapes it into the strong, far-reaching beam that sweeps across the sea. Come close to this lens and look at it. You may notice faint traces of dust, a slight film here or there. These are your old beliefs. I am bad with money. I always choose wrong. I never know what to do. Others are guided, not me. Those assumptions cloud the lens of your mind. The light is still there, but it is scattered, weakened, and so the ships in your world see you only dimly. On a small table beside the lens, there is a simple cloth. It is pure and soft. Take it up in imagination. You are now going to polish the lens of your consciousness. Begin to wipe the glass in slow, steady circles. As you do, you are not merely removing dust, you are releasing false ideas. With each gentle movement, you might hear yourself say within, I release the belief that I am confused about money. Another circle. I release the belief that I always choose wrongly. Another. I release the belief that opportunities are scarce and easily lost. See the lens becoming clearer, brighter, more transparent. You are not fighting, you are allowing the truth to shine through. Under all opinions, all past experiences, all stories, there has always been the pure light of I am. You are not making that light, you are removing what hides it. As the lens clears, you notice that the room itself grows lighter, even before you reach the lamp. This is how it works in life. The moment you begin to cleanse your assumptions, the outer world responds. It may start with a simple idea, a new way of looking at a bill, an unexpected suggestion, a person crossing your path. Do not despise small beginnings. They are evidence that the beam is strengthening. Now leave the cloth on the table. Look at the lens once more. It is clear, perfect, ready. When the light above passes through it, nothing will distort it. Your inner clarity will shine unobstructed into your financial world. Return to the staircase and climb the final steps. You arrive now at the top of the lighthouse, in the lantern room. Here, the great lamp burns, steady, brilliant, calm. It is surrounded by glass windows on all sides, so that its light can reach in every direction. Come near the lamp and understand what it is. It is your I am. It is your awareness of being. When you say, I am confused, you give this lamp the form of confusion, and it shines that into your world. When you say, I am clear, I am guided, I am wise in money, you give this lamp a new form, and that is what it projects. Place your hands upon the base of this lamp. Feel the quiet strength of its light. It does not flicker in fear. It does not tire. It simply shines. There is a simple control panel before you with a single dial. Around this dial are words fear, doubt, confusion, neutral, calm, clarity, conviction. For many years, perhaps without knowing it, you have allowed the dial to rest near doubt and confusion whenever you thought of money. Tonight, here, in the high room of your own consciousness, you are going to turn it. In imagination, grasp the dial. Feel that it moves under your hand. Gently, firmly, begin to rotate it away from doubt, away from confusion, past neutral into calm, then clarity, and finally into conviction. As the dial settles there, notice what happens to the beam that sweeps the sea. It grows stronger, whiter, more focused. It no longer fades at the edges. It cuts cleanly through the darkness, forming a path across the water, a living line that says to every ship, Here, this way, safe harbor, wise dealings, sound decisions. This soul knows its way. Now walk slowly around the lantern room, following the beam as it turns. With each step, you look out through the glass into the night, where once you saw only formless darkness, now you begin to discern shapes. There, far off, a ship carrying a new opportunity, an offer, a client, a profitable idea is turning its bow toward your light. There, another bears the answer to a question you have long asked about how to handle a particular debt or obligation. There, still another vessel carries the very guidance you need to restructure, to invest, to simplify, to expand. Understand, these ships were always there upon the sea. But until now, your inner light has been intermittent, sometimes strong, sometimes dim, often pointed toward worry rather than calm. Tonight you are setting it fast. Your state is becoming constant. As you continue to circle the lamp, you realize that the light does not strain to reach the ships. It simply shines, and the ships respond. So it is with money. You do not chase it. You embody the state that draws it. Clarity is attractive. Confusion repels. Pause now at one window where the beam lingers for a moment over a particular ship. In your mind, you sense that this ship represents a specific financial matter in your life. Perhaps a decision you have been hesitating to make, a step you have been afraid to take, a situation that has felt tangled. Let the light fall steadily upon it. Inwardly, say, I see this clearly now. I am guided. I know what is right for me. Do not rush to name the action. First, accept the state. I am one who sees clearly. The action will follow this state as surely as the ship follows the beam. In time, you will find yourself thinking a certain thought, drawn to a certain conversation, moved to take one simple step, and it will feel natural. That is guidance. It does not shout, it unfolds. Continue your walk around the lamp. You are now completely identified, not as a worried soul trying to survive a dark sea, but as the keeper of the lighthouse. You are the one whose inner clarity shines, whose presence on the cliff makes all the difference to the ships around. I want you now to let a simple understanding form in you. The light I emit determines what finds its way into my life. If you habitually shine the light of fear, I always lose money, I never choose well, then those ships will come. If you shine the light of clarity and wealth, I am wise, I am guided, I am wealthy now, then those ships must come instead. Stand once more before the lamp and place a hand over your heart. Feel that the same light that burns in the lantern room burns within you. They are not two different lights, they are one. The lighthouse is a symbol of your own imagination, assuming a new identity. Say quietly within yourself, in the first person, I am the light of financial clarity in my world. I see, I understand. I choose wisely. Money responds to my clarity. Opportunities respond to my clarity. The right people, the right channels, the right timing respond to my clarity. I am not in the dark. I am the light. Let those words settle, not as slogans, but as a simple, peaceful conviction. Now imagine that the lamp begins to burn even more gently. Not flashing, not harsh, but steady and sure. The beam continues to turn, circling the horizon, touching the sea again and again with its guidance. Leave the lantern room and descend the stairs slowly. As you pass the chamber of the lens, you glance in and see that the glass remains clear. Old beliefs will try, from time to settle there as dust. But now you know how to clean them away, by choosing new assumptions, by refusing to call confusion truth. Pass by the room of the chests. You know now that whenever you feel uncertain in the outer world, you can return here and place your hands into clear decisions, right opportunities, guidance. They are not locked, they are yours. Finally, step out through the heavy door at the base of the tower and stand once more upon the cliff. The night is still, the sea wide, the lighthouse behind you, sending its strong rhythmic beam over the waters. Look out across the dark and know the outer world may remain. For a time as it was, bills may still rest on tables. Numbers may still occupy columns, but something far more important has changed. You. You no longer stand here as a frightened creature staring into uncertainty. You stand as the keeper of the light, the master of your inner state. Within you now is a calm, steady clarity about money. I am guided. I know what is mine. What is right for me cannot be lost. What is not right for me cannot be kept. My inner light draws to me the resources, ideas, and opportunities that belong to the state I now assume. I am wealthy, I am wise, I am clear. Let this scene, this lighthouse, this brilliant turning beam become a permanent picture in your imagination. Whenever you are tempted to say, I don't know what to do, remember this tower. See yourself climbing, opening the chest of clear decisions, polishing the lens, turning the dial to clarity and conviction. Then, from that state, let your actions arise. You are not at the mercy of the sea. You are not at the mercy of chance, markets, or opinions. You are at the mercy of your own accepted state, and you are now choosing that state consciously. So, as you let the image of the lighthouse soften, carry with you a simple living sentence you can wear as an inner light. I am clear. I am guided. I am wealthy now. And as you rest, as you move through your days, know that the light you emit within is already guiding every necessary ship home to you. I want now to lead you into a scene that reveals to you the true nature of money, of giving, of receiving, not as separate anxious events, but as one continuous movement of life itself. Do not think of this as a fantasy. What you are about to enter is more real than the numbers on a page, more real than any bank or employer, because it is the root from which all those things spring, your own wonderful human imagination. In imagination, I take you now to a quiet valley. The air here is clear and mild. The hills rise gently on either side, clothed in soft green, as if the earth itself were resting. The sky overhead has the calm color of early evening. No harsh sun, no threat of storm, just that peaceful light that makes everything appear kind. Through the center of this valley runs a river. But this is not an ordinary river of water. Its surface glows with a gentle golden light, as though the sunlight, instead of striking it from above, were rising from its depths. It moves steadily, neither rushing nor stagnant, flowing in a broad, graceful curve through the valley, disappearing around a bend in the distance, only to return from the other side, circling like a great, shining loop. This river is the law of circulation. It is the imagination's way of showing you that everything you give, everything you release, everything you send forth in consciousness must return to you, multiplied, transformed, enriched. Step now to the edge of the riverbank. The ground beneath your feet is firm, yet soft, like earth that has known many seasons of rain and sun and grown wise with them. Tall grasses sway at the edges, their tips kissed by the golden reflection of the current. As you look down at the river, you notice something moving upon its glowing surface. Small boats. They are not large, not grand, but sturdy, beautifully crafted vessels of polished wood. Each one drifts as if guided by an invisible hand, never colliding, never lost, each finding its path upon the golden stream. As you watch, you notice that each boat carries a simple plaque on its bow, a word, engraved clearly. The first boat that passes before you bears the word income. Another follows with the word gifts. Another glides past with the word support. And another return. More boats appear behind them, repeating these same words. Income, gifts, support, return, over and over. A procession of meaning, an alphabet of abundance. I tell you now, each of these boats is a symbol of how wealth already moves in your life. Income, what seems to come from your work, your business, your ideas, gifts. Those blessings that appear without your having earned them. Support, the help that comes in forms you did not expect. Return, the harvest of what you have planted, knowingly or unknowingly, in consciousness. Stand there quietly and observe. A boat labeled income approaches from your left, carried by the glowing current. As it passes before you, you see that it is not empty. It carries bags, chests, papers, coins, forms that represent money, payment, recognition, compensation. These are the ways the outer world has paid you in the past. Watch as this boat continues onward, following the curve of the river until it disappears around the bend. For a moment you might think it is gone. So many in the world believe that when money flows out, it is simply lost. They watch their efforts, their time, their giving drift down river and think it is over. But remain here and keep your attention steady. From the far side of the valley, following the same golden curve, another boat begins to appear. As it draws closer, you see the same word upon its bow: income. But now the vessel rides lower in the water, heavier, fuller. Where before there were only a few bags and papers, now there are more chests, more sealed envelopes, more signs of overflowing provision. You realize that it is the same current, the same movement, completing its circle. Income did not vanish. It traveled, transformed, and returned. Now look to the next boat passing before you. This one labeled gifts. This boat carries simple things at first: small boxes tied with string, folded letters, modest parcels. These represent the surprising kindnesses you have known. Someone helping you without being asked, an unexpected payment, a discount, a debt forgiven, a meal given, a favor extended. As you watch, the boat moves onward, following the curve of the luminous water, until, once again, it slips out of sight. Many times in life you have accepted a gift and thought it the end of the story. In truth, nothing ends. Everything in imagination moves in circles. So wait a little. From the returning side of the river, another boat appears, again labeled gifts, again made of the same warm wood, but now laden with more. Its deck is covered with larger parcels, finer wrappings, letters edged in gold, boxes whose weight suggests significance. This is the law showing you that no generosity ever stops. What you receive becomes part of a greater circle that must return to you in increased form when you become a giver in consciousness as well. Turn now to the next boat, the one marked support. On this vessel, you see tools, strong ropes, beams, perhaps a ledger, perhaps hands reaching out from within. All the forms that support can take: advice, companionship, guidance, comfort, skill, encouragement. Some of you have thought that you are alone, unsupported, abandoned. This boat exists to contradict that lie. Watch as this support boat continues down the Golden River to the far bend. Let it go. Allow it to vanish from sight. You might be tempted to say, "There goes my help. There goes my safety. There goes my chance." But remain still. Do not believe in endings. Soon another vessel approaches from the returning side, again marked support. But now its tools are more numerous, its ropes stronger, its companions more many. Where once it carried a few helpers, now it carries an entire crew. It is the same principle: support, released, and allowed to circulate. Returns magnified. Finally, watch the boat named Return. This one moves with a special dignity. It carries scrolls, stamped documents, seals, titles, proofs. These represent the returns on what you have given: work, time, love, attention, resources, faith. Many of your returns have seemed delayed, partial, even unjust. But here in imagination, you see the law as it truly is, unhurried and exact. This boat moves downriver and disappears. And again, you wait. From the distance, moving toward you on the returning curve, comes a return boat more magnificent than before. Its sides are slightly higher, its cargo deeper. It carries not only what resembles money and opportunities, but also a brighter light, as though the current itself has enriched it on its journey. You begin to understand something. This river is not moving away from you. It is moving through you. Now, as you stand on the bank, take a few steps closer to the edge. You notice that the golden water does not rush or roar. It glides, it flows like certainty, like something that knows exactly where it is going. I say to you, this river is your own consciousness of wealth, of giving, of receiving. The movement of boats is the movement of your assumptions. Whatever you assume and send forth as true of me travels out and must by law come home again, multiplied. I want you now to see yourself as part of this exchange. In imagination, step onto a small stone ledge that extends slightly over the water. Here at your feet rests a simple wooden box. Inside this box are small tokens of light. They look like coins made of gold and sunlight, warm to the touch. These tokens represent everything you send into the world. Your work, your attention, your kindness, your service, your thoughts about money, your assumptions about your own worth. Pick up one of these glowing tokens, hold it in your hand, and decide what it represents. Perhaps it is a piece of work you have given, or are giving. Perhaps it is an attitude: I am generous, I am capable, I am worthy of large sums of money. Perhaps it is a simple gift, a helpful word, a patient act of love. Now, instead of throwing it away, place this token gently into one of the passing boats. You may choose the boat called income, or the one called gifts, or support, or return, whichever feels right to you in this moment. As soon as the token touches the deck, it merges with the golden material of the vessel, and the boat glows a little brighter. You are not losing anything. You are sending it into the law of circulation. Watch as that boat carrying your token, your assumption, your giving, moves down the glowing river, following the curve, vanishing, as all things must vanish from sight when they are entrusted to the unseen. Now turn your gaze to the returning side. Another boat of the same name approaches. As it draws near, you see that what you sent has come back, changed, multiplied, enriched. The token of light you placed into the vessel has become many, filling chests, illuminating documents, opening new compartments aboard the ship. I tell you, this is how wealth moves in your life. When you assume yourself to be one who gives from abundance and lives in faith, you do not throw things into a void. You send them along a river that always returns home. Take another token from the box. This time, let it represent a new inner attitude toward money. Perhaps in the past, you have sent forth tokens that carried the imprint: I never have enough. Money leaves me. I am always struggling. Those assumptions too had to return, and they did in circumstances that matched them. But tonight, you choose anew. See this token in your hand, now carrying the impression: I live in overflow, money returns to me multiplied. Everything I give circulates back to me in greater measure. I am part of an endless golden exchange. Place this token into the boat labeled return. As the boat accepts it, the entire vessel brightens. As if it recognizes a familiar truth, it drifts down river once more, disappearing round the curve. You stand calm, knowing that what you have just assumed must come back. The law has no power to deny its own nature. It returns what you give. Soon, from the returning side of the valley, you see a breathtaking sight. A return boat approaches, riding very low in the golden water under the weight of its bounty. Its deck is crowded with chests, some open, revealing coins of light, others sealed, waiting to be opened in the right moment. There are scrolls bearing the words paid, increase, excess, overflow. There are keys, letters of opportunity, titles, deeds. Understand, you are not chasing this boat. You are not swimming to reach it. You are standing in your place, and the river brings it back to you because you sent it forth in the first place. Your assumption of overflow has become its cargo. Now, let the scene widen. Look along the river and see many, many boats coming and going, all under the same law. Boats of income, carrying wages, payments, profits, rewarding ideas. Boats of gifts, bringing unearned blessings, surprises, unexpected favor. Boats of support, carrying people, resources, strength. Boats of return, bearing the multiplied harvest of what you have sown in imagination. Watch how they all move in the same direction, along the valley, then curve and return. It is one great golden loop. In that loop, there is no true loss. There is only movement. Now I want you to see yourself stepping a little farther into this picture. On the bank of the river, near where you stand, there is a simple wooden dock. Walk onto it. At the end of the dock, a small personal boat is tied, a vessel of your own. On its side, in clear letters, is written your name. This boat too is part of the golden exchange. Step into it. Feel the gentle give of the deck under your feet, the patient strength of the wood. The river carries this boat as it has carried all the others. You are not straining to row against the current. You are learning to travel with it. On the deck of your boat are 4 compartments. Each compartment bears one of the familiar labels: income, gift, support, return. Lift the lid of the income compartment. Inside you see images, your present means of earning, perhaps, and also possibilities you have only secretly wished for. Businesses, ideas, promotions, new channels of service. All of them seem to glow faintly, waiting to be assumed. Speak quietly within yourself. I am a channel for generous income. The work I do is valued. The ideas I have are profitable. The state I occupy draws income to me. Close this compartment gently. Open now the one labeled gifts. Inside you see simple scenes: a friend placing something in your hand, a stranger opening a door, an invitation, a letter, forgiving a balance, a meal shared, a kindness given to you for no other reason than that you exist. Say within yourself, I accept the natural gifts of life. I am easy to bless. It is normal for me to receive what I did not toil for, because imagination is the source of all supply. Close this compartment as well. Open the one called support. Here you see faces, hands, and forms of help. Someone teaching you what you need to know. Someone recommending you. Someone standing beside you in a moment of decision. Systems working smoothly on your behalf. Affirm inwardly. I am supported in every financial step. I am not alone. Life arranges people and structures to carry me forward. Finally, open the compartment labeled return. Inside, you see the sum total of your giving. Not just money or time, but the attitudes you have sent into your world. You see them now changing, brightening, becoming radiant as you assume a new nature. Speak as the one who has already entered that nature. Everything I give returns to me multiplied. What I release comes back as overflow. I am part of a divine exchange that never runs dry. Now sit down in your boat. Let the river carry you. As you drift, you notice other boats passing by, going out and coming back. It is all one pattern, one law, one river. You realize something very important. Fear of lack is nothing but a refusal to trust the river. It is the false belief that when something leaves your hand, it is gone forever. But here, before your very eyes, you see that nothing truly leaves, it circulates. You begin to feel different. Instead of clinging, you allow. Instead of worrying, you assume. You see yourself as a divine participant in this golden exchange, not a beggar on the shore watching wealth pass him by. Your boat floats beneath a small stone bridge. On that bridge you see inscribed these words: abundance is a journey that always returns home. Read that again in your heart. Abundance is a journey that always returns home. You are that home. The river does not forget you. The boats do not lose your address. They follow the path set by your assumptions about yourself. If you assume, I am always losing money, the boats will pass you by, dim and hurried. If you assume, I am part of an endless circulation of wealth, they will return to you heavy with provision. As you drift further, the valley seems to open around you. The hills grow a little higher, the sky deepens in color, the golden light of the river grows richer. You look back and realize the dock is still there, the bank is still there, but you are no longer merely an observer. You are inside the flow. I tell you now, as I told my students many years ago, you do not need to beg for abundance. You need only accept yourself as one who already participates in its movement. In this golden river, everything you send, a thought, a mood, an act of generosity, a piece of work, a decision made in faith, travels along the stream, and finds its way back in forms that match its nature. So in this moment, decide what kind of tokens you are placing into your boats. Will you send out, "I never have enough. I am always left out. Money slips through my fingers," or will you send out, "I live in overflow. I am easy to bless. Money circulates and returns to me abundantly." The river is impartial. It simply carries what you entrust to it. Now allow your boat to return gently to the dock. Step out onto the wooden planks and stand once more upon the riverbank. Look at the glowing water, at the endless procession of boats. Feel, in the very center of your being, this simple truth: I am not separate from the flow of wealth. I am the point at which it returns. I am the home to which abundance comes back, again and again. Everything you send into the world through your state of consciousness must come home, not as punishment, but as harvest. So from this night forward, choose your seeds. Let your inner word be, "I am part of a river of golden exchange. My giving is never loss. My receiving is never theft. It is all one movement of God in me. Everything I send returns multiplied. Abundance always finds its way back to me, because I am its home." Let this image live in you: the glowing valley, the golden river, the small steady boats, leaving and returning, until, in your waking life, you begin to see the same pattern: money coming, money going, and always coming again. Help arriving, kindness circulating, income rising, opportunities returning. Then you will know that what you saw here in imagination was not a dream, but the deepest truth, that abundance is not an event, but a journey that always returns home. To you, the one who dares now to assume, "I am wealthy, I am supported, I am part of the eternal golden exchange," I want now to take you into a place in imagination where the true cause of your financial life is revealed, not in numbers, not in outer dealings, but in the value you dare to accept as your own. In imagination, I stand beside you, and together we approach a building of glass. It is a great conservatory, a house of light. Tall panes of clear glass rise in graceful arches, framed by pale iron that has grown soft in tone with the years. The sun rests upon it with affection. Every surface, every curve, holds the warmth of day, as if it were designed only to welcome light. Around us, the air is pleasantly warm. There is no harsh heat, only that gentle, embracing warmth you feel on a calm day when the sun is kind. The glass gleams, but never blinds, it glows. This is the conservatory of self-worth. The door before us is high and arched, made of glass too, with a brass handle worn smooth by many hands. Upon the glass you see, very faintly, a single word etched in a script that seems both ancient and intimate: worth. Not worth measured in coins, nor in titles, nor in the judgments of others, but worth as God sees it. Inherent, unarguable, forever. I reach out in imagination and open the door and invite you to step inside with me. The moment you cross the threshold, you are greeted by a wash of warm, living air, rounded with the fragrance of earth and green things growing. Sunlight pours through the glass above in great soft rivers. It falls on the leaves, on the petals, on the paths, and the whole space is alive with a quiet radiance. Everywhere you look, there are plants. Tall trees in great stone tubs rising toward the vaulted glass roof. Flowering bushes in terracotta pots. Delicate ferns spilling over the edges of low tables. Vines climbing the iron ribs of the conservatory. Leaves turned upward as if in praise. But as you look more closely, you notice something unusual. Each pot carries a small plaque, neatly engraved, polished, and sure. On one, you read the word value. On another, confidence. On another, fair pay. You walk a little farther and see more. Deserving, respect, enough, dignity, abundance, appreciation, right compensation. Every plant in this great conservatory stands in a pot that bears one of these names. I tell you now what you are seeing. This is the living garden of your own self-concept. Each plant is a state. Each inscription is a belief accepted or rejected about your worth. You begin to walk slowly along the central path. The floor is made of old stone, cool and trustworthy beneath your feet. To your left and right, the plants seem to lean ever so slightly toward you, as if they recognize you. Some are tall and lush, heavy with leaves, full of vigor and strength. Others are modest, smaller, but still healthy. A few here and there seem a little undernourished, fine but not yet in their full glory. You stop before a large pot with the word value engraved on a brass plate. The plant that grows in it is a strong, broad-leaved tree. Its trunk is thick and steady, its branches spread with quiet assurance, its leaves deep green and glossy. You feel, without needing words, that this tree is the core of the conservatory. As you stand near it, you can sense that it responds to your presence. A leaf turns slightly toward you. A branch seems to lift. The color in the leaves grows a shade deeper, richer. In this place, your attention is nourishment. I say to you, this is your sense of value. Not the value the world gives you, but the value you grant yourself. The life of this tree determines every other plant in this conservatory, for all of them spring from the same root, your I am. For years, perhaps, you have walked through the world, assuming, I am not worth very much. I must accept less. I should be grateful for crumbs. I cannot ask for more. I am not yet enough. Those assumptions were seeds. They were planted, watered, and became states. And from those states your world sprung. Poor pay, lack of recognition, bargains made from fear. But tonight, in imagination, we stand in the place where those seeds can be changed. You lay your hand, gently, in thought, on the trunk of the tree labeled value. The bark feels warm, alive. You sense a steady, quiet strength moving beneath the surface, like a calm, powerful heartbeat. For a long moment, you and the tree simply recognize one another. You realize that this tree has never judged you. It has never condemned you. It has never accused you. It has only reflected whatever measure of worth you were willing to assume. If you said, I am small, it became small. If you said, I am unworthy, it dimmed its leaves. If you said, I am not enough, it grew sparingly. Now in this moment, you decide otherwise. You do not plead. You do not beg. You assume quietly, inwardly. Without strain, you say, I am of great value. My presence has worth. My work has worth. My time has worth. My ideas have worth. My hands, my mind, my heart, my existence. All are rich with value, because I am is rich with value. As those words form within you, not as a chant, but as a recognition, the tree responds. You see, in imagination, new shoots emerging along its branches. Tender, bright leaves unfurl. The color deepens, the entire plant seems to stand a little taller, anchored, secure. The plaque, value, gleams more brightly in the sunlight. Now you walk on. The path curves gently. To your right, you find a pot labeled confidence. The plant growing here is graceful, with slender stems and many leaves. It is healthy, but you can see where it has been trimmed back, where it has hesitated to spread. You remember times when you doubted yourself, times when you lowered your voice, when you stepped aside, when you were afraid to ask for what was fair. Each of those moments was like pruning this plant back before it had finished growing. You step closer. The stems seem to straighten. Leaves turn toward you, as if waiting to hear what you will now assume of yourself. I say to you, no outer situation gave you confidence or took it away. It was always an inner garment you chose to wear or to lay aside. In this conservatory of imagination, you choose again. Gently within, you declare, I am confident, I am sure, I am allowed to stand in my full height. I am allowed to speak clearly. I am allowed to be seen as capable, competent, and worthy. It is natural for me to feel at home in success. As you accept this, the plant answers. New branches appear in your awareness, branching outward in all directions. The leaves grow thicker, fuller. One stem that had bent slightly now stands upright. Bathed in sunlight, the plaque, confidence, seems to glow softly, as if the word itself were being rewritten in your nervous system. You continue along the path. Ahead of you, in a patch of bright sun, stands a series of pots inscribed Fair Pay. The plants in these pots are interesting. Some are sturdy, but small. Some have grown tall, but with gaps in their leaves, as though they had not been fully fed. A few look as though they have recently begun to flourish. After a long period of neglect, you stop before one of them. This plant shows clear signs of life, yet also of having been starved. The soil is a little dry. Some leaves carry the memory of lean seasons, yet at the top, tender green growth has begun to push forth. This is your belief in fair compensation. For so long, many have believed I must work harder than others to receive less. I must accept poor pay. I must be grateful for underpayment. To ask for what is fair is dangerous, selfish, presumptuous. These beliefs were like withholding water from this plant. But here, in the conservatory of self-worth, you discover that there is no virtue in scarcity. There is no nobility in being underpaid. There is no godliness in shrinking your value so that others feel large. You look at this plant and see your own story. You remember times you accepted too little and called it humility. Times you lowered your price and called it being reasonable. Times you allowed another to profit from your gifts, while you stood aside and told yourself you should not expect more. All of those moments are in the leaves. And yet, the plant lives. It is waiting only for a new assumption. In imagination, you kneel beside the pot. There is a small watering can standing nearby, simple and green, filled with clear water. On its side is written, Assumption. You lift the can and pour slowly at the base of the plant. As the water touches the soil, you assume something new. I am worthy of fair pay. I am worthy of generous compensation. I am worthy of being well paid for what I do. My work is valuable. My time is precious. The gifts I carry deserve clear, abundant expression in money. The soil darkens with moisture. The roots drink deeply. New leaves appear almost before your eyes. The plant grows thicker, stronger, as if your assumption had become sunlight itself. The plaque Fair Pay reflects the sun and sends a fine line of light across the path. You stand again and look around. You notice that as your inner state changes, the whole conservatory responds. Plants in the distance seem to stand taller. Colors appear richer. Even the air feels different. Full, vibrant, alive. I tell you, this is not fancy. This is a true picture of how your financial world responds to your sense of worth. When you walk through life as one who believes, I am not very valuable, the garden of your affairs grows poor. When you walk as one who assumes, I am deeply valuable, and my value must be mirrored in fair, generous compensation, the garden changes. We walk further. Here is a corner devoted to pots labeled deserving. In one of them, the plant is almost too small for its container. You can tell it has been staying small on purpose. Around its roots there is more than enough room, yet it has not spread. This is what happens when one says, I do not deserve more. Others deserve it, not me. I should be content with little, and calls that contentment, when in truth it is fear. You move toward this small plant. It quivers with the slightest movement of air, like someone who expects to be scolded for existing. You kneel and place your hand gently on the rim of its pot, and you say within, I am deserving, not because of what I have done, but because of who I am. I do not have to earn the right to be provided for. I do not have to justify my existence. I am, and that is enough. My life, my being, my presence are precious. It is right for me to have more than enough. At once the plant begins to spread. Tiny leaves unfold, filling the empty soil. What was once a small, uncertain sprout becomes a bright, confident green, eager to occupy the whole space given to it. The plaque, deserving, seems suddenly too small for the truth it names. We stand and move deeper into the conservatory. On a long table, arranged in a row, you see pots labeled respect, appreciation, acknowledgement, right price. You begin to see the pattern. Every aspect of your financial life, how others treat you, what you receive, how you are paid, how you are spoken to, how you are regarded, is reflected here in living form. If a plant is withered, it is not because the conservatory lacks light. The glass admits sunlight from every angle. If a plant is small, it is not because water is rationed. There is more than enough. The only question is, what do you assume to be true of yourself? As you walk among the plants, you notice something else. They respond instantly to your inner word. When you say within, I am unimportant, a leaf droops. When you say, I am valuable, a leaf lifts. This is how fast the law responds. The outer world may take a little time to show you the change, but the change in state is immediate. We come now to a wide open space at the center of the conservatory. Here there is a circular bed, edged in stone, and in the middle of that bed stands a single magnificent tree. Its branches reach almost to the glass ceiling, spreading wide, casting a pattern of soft shade along the floor. The trunk is thick, certain, rooted. The leaves are rich and abundant, whispering softly in the warm air. On the stone edge, a single word is carved in deep letters: I am. This is the central plant from which all others take their cue. Your I am is your true self. Whatever you add to it, I am poor, I am unworthy, I am blessed, I am wealthy, I am valued, becomes the law of your life. For many years, perhaps, you have added to it carelessly. I am always struggling. I am always behind. I am the one who never gets ahead. I am the one who must settle. These statements were not descriptions. They were seeds. They came here, into this central bed, and took root. But tonight, in imagination, you approach the I am tree with new understanding. You stand before it and place both hands upon its trunk. You feel a deep, steady pulse. This is the creative life within you, the very power that Scripture calls God. And now, with reverence, but without fear, you speak a new word. I am worthy, I am valuable, I am richly supplied, I am the one who is fairly paid, I am the one who is deeply appreciated, I am the one who is respected, I am the one whose work is seen and rewarded, I am the one whose very presence carries value. The leaves above you respond. A soft rustle moves through the branches, like a quiet applause. Sunlight shifts, growing warmer, richer. You sense that, at this very moment, the roots of every other plant in the conservatory are receiving new instruction. For when the I am changes, everything changes. Look around you now. See how the plant labeled value is taller than before. The one called confidence is fuller. Fair. Pay stands brighter in its patch of light. Deserving has filled its pot. Respect has grown sturdy stems. Right compensation shows new blooms. The entire conservatory has turned toward this new assumption. I tell you, your financial life blossoms where your self-worth takes root. You cannot permanently receive beyond the level of value you accept as yours. If you secretly believe, I am not worth much, you may receive briefly. But you will find ways to push it away, to undercharge, to overgive, to neglect yourself, until your world matches your inner verdict. If you quietly, calmly accept, I am deeply valuable, then even if the outer world has not yet caught up with this truth, it must begin to rearrange to reflect it. Employers change, clients change, opportunities appear, prices rise, old agreements dissolve. New channels open. It may seem mysterious, but it is simple. You are the gardener. The world is the garden. We walk now down a side path. Here, hidden slightly behind a cluster of tall ferns, you discover a neglected corner. A few pots are smaller. Their plants humble, shy. You kneel to read their plaques asking, boundaries, saying no. The plant labeled asking has been pruned until only a few stems remain. You recognize your history of not asking for what you truly want, of lowering your requests, of saying, it's fine whatever you can give. of hoping someone else would guess your needs. As you look at this plant, you feel a wave of compassion toward yourself, not blame, understanding. You place your hand on the pot and declare within, I am allowed to ask. I am allowed to name my worth. I am allowed to say what is fair. I do not have to wait in silence. My voice has value. The plant begins to relief, sending forth new stems, tiny buds forming at their tips. Next to it, the plant boundaries looks tired. This is the reflection of all the times you said yes when you meant no, all the times you did more than you were paid for, all the times you took on burdens that were not yours, out of fear that otherwise you would not be loved, not be kept, not be employed. You rest your gaze upon it and assume something new. I am permitted to protect my energy. I am permitted to be clear. I am permitted to say, this is what I offer, and this is the price. I am permitted to step back from what does not honor me. The stems of boundaries straighten. Its leaves grow thicker, more defined. It no longer looks like a plant that apologizes for existing. It looks like one that knows where it stands. Saying no has been almost starved. Its soil is dry, as if it has not been watered in years. Gently, you pour from the watering can again and assume I am allowed to say no to what diminishes me. I am allowed to say no to being underpaid. I am allowed to say no to roles that deny my worth. Every no to what is untrue of me is a yes to what is true. The plant drinks this in. New shoots appear, bright and firm. All at once, this little corner of the conservatory feels stronger, more defined. You stand and take in the whole picture. This conservatory of self-worth is no longer a place of a few strong plants and many weak ones. It is becoming a harmonious garden where each aspect of your self-image is being cared for, honored, and allowed to flourish. Now I want you to see how this inner garden touches your outer financial world. We turn to the far wall of the conservatory. Here, the glass gives a wide, clear view to the world beyond. At first, the scene outside is hazy, but as your eyes adjust, you realize you are looking at your life, your work, your bank accounts, your relationships, your opportunities, symbolized in a landscape. You see doors that once seemed closed, now standing slightly ajar. You see pathways that had been overgrown, now visible again. You see a few old familiar scenes, conversations, places of employment, patterns of exchange, fading as if they are gently being carried away. And in their place, you see new possibilities forming. A conversation in which you are offered more than you expected. A situation in which someone speaks of you with praise and respect. An agreement where the numbers finally match the value you bring. An idea that leads to income. An opening that feels right. Understand the conservatory is the cause. The landscape outside the glass is the effect. As your sense of worth rises, the plants labeled value, confidence, fair pay. Deserving grows strong, and the world must by law mirror that change. A person who knows their worth does not cling to situations that deny it. A person who knows their worth walks differently, speaks differently, asks differently, expects differently, and life responds. I told my students many times, change your concept of yourself and you will automatically change the world in which you live. Here, in this glass house, you are doing precisely that. Walk once more along the path. Notice how the plants you touched earlier have continued to grow, even as you moved on. You are not forcing each leaf into being. You gave them a new assumption, and they took it into their roots. Likewise, in your waking life, you do not have to push or strain. You assume a new worth, and the law of your being takes it from there. We return now to the central tree, the I am. The light has shifted slightly. The sun has moved along the sky, carving a new angle of radiance through the glass. The leaves of the I am tree shine. With a deep, tranquil green, stand before it again. This time, you do not come with apology, nor with doubt. You come as the owner of this conservatory. It is yours. It has always been yours. You place your hand upon the trunk and speak within yourself as one who has authority. I am deeply valuable. I am the one whose self-worth is rooted, strong, and unshakable. I am the one who is fairly generously paid. I am the one whose work is honored. I am the one whose presence is appreciated. I am the one who walks in dignity and plenty. I am the one whose financial life blossoms because my self-worth has taken root in truth. As this new identity settles into you, the entire conservatory seems to exhale. The air becomes even more pleasant. The colors deepen. Somewhere a faint trickle of water begins. A small fountain you had not noticed before, tucked among the plants, now flowing freely. This water is the symbol of money itself, a fluid, moving thing, meant to circulate through a garden of deep, calm worth. Money does not avoid those who know their value. It recognizes them. As you stand here, you realize something essential. You do not need to force money to come. You need only to quietly accept that you are worthy of its companionship. You walk slowly back toward the door of the conservatory. As you go, the plants seem to bow in acknowledgement, not as servants to a master, but as reflections greeting the source. You are the one who gives them life. You are the one who chooses their size, their strength, their health. You are the one who decides what is planted in each pot. At the door, you pause and look back at the garden. It is no longer the same place you entered. The tree of value stands taller. Confidence is fuller. Fair pay is strong in its soil. Deserving has stretched. Asking boundaries and saying no are reclaiming their rightful size. The whole space is brighter. I say to you now, this conservatory is not somewhere outside of you. It is within you. You can return to it at any time, before sleep, upon waking, in a quiet moment during your day. Whenever you feel I am not worth much, come here. Whenever you hesitate to ask for fair pay, come here. Whenever you find yourself shrinking, apologizing, accepting less, come back to this house of glass and light. Touch the tree of I am. Water the plant of fair pay. Stand near value until its strength coats your bones. For your financial life is nothing more than the garden of your accepted worth made visible in time. You place your hand on the brass handle of the door. Once more, your eyes sweep across the interior, the sunlit leaves, the reflective plaques, the living confirmation that what you dare to assume about yourself will grow, and what you persist in will become your world. Quietly, inwardly, you form one last simple sentence. I am worthy of abundance, and my world now reflects it. With that, you step back over the threshold, but you do not leave the conservatory behind. It comes with you, for it is your own wonderful human imagination. And wherever you walk, the garden of self-worth walks with you, shaping your posture, your choices, your requests, your expectations, until, quite naturally, your financial life blossoms as fully, as peacefully, as beautifully as this house of glass and light you have just claimed as your own. I want now to take you with me into one of the most sacred places in all imagination, a realm I have spoken of for years, though I called it by many names: creation finished, the eternal now, the dimensionally larger world. Tonight I shall show it to you in images, so clear and so simple, that you will never again doubt that what you desire already exists, as surely as the book that waits on a shelf to be opened. In imagination, I stand beside you, at the threshold of a great hall. Before us rises an enormous doorway, far higher than any house, set in stone that seems to hold the memory of ages. The stone is not cold, it is warm, as though touched by countless days of sun and countless nights of starlight. Carved into the lintel above the door are words that perhaps you have heard from me many times. Creation is finished. The letters are deep, shining faintly, as if lit from within. I place my hand upon the great handle, and you sense that it is not metal, but something living, a substance halfway between light and form. It yields easily under my touch. The door opens inward without a sound. Behind it stretches a hall so vast that your mind, at first, can scarcely take it in. You and I step across the threshold together. Inside, there is a gentle golden light, not the harshness of a midday sun, nor the dim shadow of evening, but a steady, quiet radiance that makes every surface, every line, every corner clearly visible and yet soft. Row upon row upon row of shelves rise on either side of us, reaching upward into heights that disappear into warm light. The shelves are carved from wood, the color of honey, polished by what seems like eternity of use. They line the hall as far as the eye can see, disappearing into a golden distance. Upon these shelves rest books. Each book has a spine of deep, glowing gold. Each volume is thick, substantial, and carries on its spine a single title. As we stand there, letting our eyes adjust to this infinite library, you begin to read some of the titles nearest to you. On one shelf, the books are labeled Received, Paid in Full, Manifested, Answered, Fulfilled, Completed. You realize with a quiet awe that this is the archive of fulfilled desires. Here is stored, in living record, every wish already accomplished, every prayer already answered, every state already realized in eternity. You and I begin to walk slowly along the central aisle. The floor beneath your feet feels solid and reassuring, yet light, almost as though you are walking on still water that has chosen to bear you up. The silence in this place is not empty. It is rich. It has the quality of a room where truth is never rushed, a place where nothing needs to shout, because everything is already known. As we walk between the towering shelves, you feel that each volume has a presence. They are not dead records. They are living witnesses. I turn to you and say, this is what I have been telling you. Every state you could ever occupy already exists. What you call your future is nothing more than the portion of this eternal archive you have not yet opened. You let those words sink in. We stop before a section of shelves where the titles gleam a little brighter. You see, financial freedom completed, debt cleared, completed, business flourishing, completed, abundant living, completed, generous income, completed, large sums of money, received. You are drawn to one particular book. Your hand rises, almost of its own accord, to a volume whose title seems to glow a little stronger as your attention rests upon it. On the spine you read, My life, wealthy, secure, and free, received. Notice, it does not say, hoped for, nor one day, nor almost. It says received. You look at me, almost questioning. I nod and say gently, you would not be drawn to this book if its contents were not intimately related to you. You could not even see it if a corresponding state did not exist in you now. Every desire is the awareness of something that already is. You reach out and take the book from the shelf. It is warm in your hands, as though it has been waiting. The cover yields softly to your touch. You open it. On the first page, written in a clear, elegant hand, you see, this is the record of a desire fulfilled. The life of underscore, 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 underspage. What you find is not a list of theories, nor vague ideas. You find scenes, vignettes of a life where money is no longer a problem, but a quiet, willing servant. You see yourself waking in a room that feels like safety. The bed, the light, the simple objects around you all bear the mark of sufficiency. There is nothing gaudy, nothing forced. It is simply right. You see, written on the page, a description of your face, relaxed, peaceful, carrying the soft lines of one who does not go to bed worrying about tomorrow. Further on, you see the record of days where bills are paid easily, long before their due date. You see lines describing your accounts, the balance full and calm, without drama. You read of unexpected sums arriving by means you could not have predicted when you first desired abundance. Everything is written as fact. Not one day you will browse. Not if you are lucky, but this is how it is in this state. You turn another page, here you read of your work. The work you do in this fulfilled reality. You see yourself giving your gift, calmly, joyfully, without strain. You see your value recognized, your time respected. You read of clients or employers or partners who speak of you with appreciation. You see clearly that in this recorded life, you are fairly and generously compensated. Your worth is not debated, it is assumed. The book details not only the outer events, but the inner feeling. Again and again, the pages describe a sense of ease, quiet certainty, inner gladness. No panic, no clinging, no perpetual chase. This is wealth as a state, not merely as a sum. As you read, something in you stirs. I say quietly, what you are holding now is not fiction. This is a record from the fourth dimensional world. Time, as you know it, is a serial arrangement of what here already exists as a whole. You call it future. But here, it is a volume on a shelf, completed, written, finished. To move from the life you now appear to live into the life recorded in this book, you do not have to create the pages. You have only to identify yourself with the state described. You turn another page. You read of moments where in this reality, money arrives unexpectedly, a check, a gift, a payment, a correction in your favor. You notice that the record never shows you begging or pleading or struggling to be worthy. It shows you thanking. You are described again and again in the act of gratitude. Calm, sincere thanks for what is already in your hands. You read of evenings in this life where you sit in quiet freedom, unhurried, unafraid. You see described simple pleasures you can afford without guilt. Every sentence radiates the same truth. I am provided for. I am free. I am wealthy. You close your eyes for a moment, the book still open in your hands, and you let the feeling of this recorded life rise in you. It is not loud. It is not frantic. It is deep, steady, like the hum of a well-built ship moving through calm waters. This is the frequency of the fulfilled state. Now I ask you, in imagination, do you dare to say, this is my life? Not I hope it will be, but it is. For that is the only question that matters. Do you stand outside the archive, forever reading and admiring the stories of other selves? Or do you step into one volume and claim it as your own present identity? I tell you, the moment you assume, I am the one whose life is recorded here, in that instant you open a path along which the events of your world must rearrange themselves. You look again at the page. Once more you read your own name in the opening line. You notice how naturally it sits there, as though it has always belonged. You allow a simple inner act. You consent. You agree that this is you. Not later. Not if everything goes well. Now you say within yourself, very quietly, this is the story of my life. I am the one whose days are written here. I am the one who lives in this fulfilled state. This book is my biography in God. The moment you accept this, the letters on the first page seem to shine a little more brightly. The scenes feel closer. They no longer appear as distant dreams. They feel like memories from a future already accomplished. Now I ask you to notice something important. As you hold the book still open, you glance at the spine again. It no longer reads only received. Before your eyes, the letters faintly shift and arrange themselves into a new title, completed. It was always completed, of course, but now your recognition has sealed it. You close the book gently. Holding it in both hands, you feel its weight, not as a burden, but as certainty. This is the weight of a finished work. No more to be added. No more to be argued. No more to be earned. You turn toward the shelf from which you first took it. This time, when you slide it back into its place, you do not do so as a stranger returning a borrowed volume. You do it as one returning a precious object to its rightful position in a house you own. The moment it meets the shelf, a soft ripple of light spreads along the row of books, as though the entire archive has registered your acceptance. You have claimed your place in the eternal record. We begin to walk again. Now that you understand the nature of this library, you look with new eyes. Everywhere you turn, you see titles that could be yours. Healed, completed. Reconciled, completed. Joyful, completed. At peace with money, completed. Generous giver, Completed. Supplied in all directions. Completed. You realize that to the deeper man, there is no such thing as not yet created. There is only not yet recognized. You ask me, inwardly, how can this be? If it is already written, then what is my part? I answer, your part is simple. Not easy to the doubting mind, but simple to the awakened one. You choose which volume you will call I. You identify not with the problem, but with the solution already archived. Instead of saying, I am a man in debt, trying to get free, you say, I am the man whose debt has been cleared. I am the one whose life is already written in the book called Paid in Full. We turn down another aisle. Here, you see shelves devoted to very specific fulfilled outcomes, all in golden order. On one, the books all share a theme: rent always paid on time, completed; unexpected surplus, completed; multi-streams of income, completed; comfortable savings, completed. On another shelf, a different range: living my purpose abundantly, completed; right work, right pay, right people, completed; creative gifts, prosper, completed. Look at them. They are not growing, they are not slowly being written, they are finished. Your movement through time is nothing more than moving across the pages of a book that already exists. You may choose another book at any moment. We continue deeper into the hall. The further we go, the more profound becomes your sense that nothing is truly lost, and nothing truly new is created. Every possible arrangement of your life exists here as a completed record. Way in the distance, down a long corridor of shelves, you see a dim glow, a particularly radiant section. We walk toward it. As we approach, you see that these volumes are larger and even more luminous. You read their titles: Life Lived in Trust, completed; Life Lived in Love, completed; Life Lived in Constant Thankfulness, completed; Life Lived as Wealth Itself, completed. I tell you, these are not just events recorded, these are identities. When you assume an identity, you unwittingly choose the shelf from which your days will be drawn. You let that truth rest in you. Tonight, you are learning that you have never been a victim of a chaotic world. You have been a reader, choosing unconsciously which record to identify with. Now you begin to choose consciously. We pause in the center of the aisle. I say now, take a moment in imagination and consider a specific desire you hold in relation to money. Perhaps it is a certain amount you wish to have. Perhaps it is freedom from a particular obligation. Perhaps it is a feeling of always having more than enough. Do not strain, let one clear desire gently rise. As it forms, you notice something wonderful happen. From among the countless books, one volume, somewhere nearby, begins to glow just a little brighter. You do not have to search frantically. We simply turn, and there it is, waiting at arm's length. On its spine you read, in words that precisely match your desire: this desire, fulfilled. Your heart recognizes it. You take the book, you open it. The first pages show in detail the exact fulfillment of the desire you now hold. You see the event described, the conditions, the numbers, the letters, the messages, the scenes. You see yourself reacting with quiet joy and thanks. You see the expression on your face, the words you say. Everything is written. Further along, the book records the ripple of this fulfillment, the peace that follows, the ease that spreads through your days, because this matter is settled. You do not have to imagine the desire working out in vague terms. You are reading the record of it, having already happened. This is what I mean when I tell you, you are not called upon to make it so. Creation is finished. You are called upon to occupy the state that contains your desire as an already accomplished fact. Now you close the book on that scene, holding the feeling of its truth in your chest. You see again your own name in the lines. You accept, yes, this wonderful thing has happened to me. This is my testimony, stored in eternity. You return the book to the shelf. As you do, its title, like the first volume, shifts subtly from received to completed. Something in you understands. Nothing is missing. We turn and begin walking back toward the entrance. But you are not the same one who entered. When you first stepped into the archive, you believed your wish lived in the future. You believed you stood at the bottom of a hill, trying to climb. Now you see, the summit already exists, and your climb is an inner one. You pass shelves without reading all the titles, but you feel their presence like a chorus, repeating quietly, fulfilled, fulfilled, fulfilled. All the while, an inner assurance grows. What I desire exists. It is written, it is completed. I am not forcing it into being. I am choosing to recognize it. We arrive once more at the central aisle. Ahead, the great door glows warmly. The words, "Creation is finished," shining above. Before we leave, I invite you to make one last inner act. I say to you, choose now one simple sentence that sums up the fulfilled desire you have just seen recorded. Not "I will have," not "I hope to have," but "I have," or "I am." Let it be short, let it be present, let it be final. Perhaps it is, "I have more than enough," or "I am financially free," or "My life is richly supplied," or "All that concerns me is paid in full." Whatever rises naturally in you, accept it. Now understand this. When you say that sentence, from the feeling that you have just acquired in the archive, not from lack, but from completion, you are not affirming something into existence. You are agreeing with what already is in this higher dimension. You are aligning yourself with the record. You stand in the aisle, volumes towering on either side, and you speak the sentence inwardly, as one who has seen the evidence. You are not begging. You are not convincing. You are acknowledging, "I am financially free. I have more than enough. All is paid in full." Feel how different that is from pleading. This is not a petition. It is recognition. The library seems to respond to your statement. The golden light grows a little warmer. The titles around you shimmer as if delighted. You realize that you are not alone in this archive. Though you see no one, you sense countless fulfilled states, countless completed stories, quietly shining. They bear witness to the fact that what you have just done is law. Nothing can prevent the outer world from conforming to the inner record you have now embraced, save your own willingness to doubt and turn away. If you remain faithful to the state you have now touched, if you return to this inner library again and again, reminding yourself, "It is already written, and I have seen it," then the bridge of incidents will be built for you. Events will move, people will appear, ways will open, not to create something new, but to deliver to you, in time, what already belongs to you in eternity. We stand now at the threshold. You look back once more into the archive of fulfilled desires. Row upon row of golden volumes stretch away into endless light. Somewhere among them is the book you held with your own name in it. The record of your financial freedom, your ease, your abundance, already complete. You know with a quiet certainty that you can return in imagination at any hour. This place is not elsewhere, it is within you. It is that great depth of your own being, the world calls God, the eternal storehouse in which every possible arrangement of your life already exists. You take a last, gentle look. Inwardly, you say, "I have seen my desire fulfilled. I know now that it is already archived in God. I accept it as mine." We step through the door. The great hall closes softly behind us, but not as a prison door, as a heart that has received your trust and sealed your record. Above once more, you see the words, "Creation is finished." This time they do not make you feel small. They make you feel safe. For if creation is finished, then your desire cannot fail to be. You can only fail for a time to accept it. You walk now into your world carrying a new knowing. When appearances seem to deny your wish, you will remember the archive. You will remember the book you held. You will remember how clearly your fulfilled life was written. And quietly, perhaps while lying in your bed at night, or sitting in a chair in the stillness of the evening, you will return inwardly to those pages. You will feel again the certainty of that completed state and say with calm conviction, "I am the one whose desire is already fulfilled. I have it now." And in that quiet, sacred agreement, you will be doing the only work ever asked of you. The work of recognition. For what you imagine, in the end, is not something struggling to become true. It is something eternally true, waiting only for you to recognize that it was always written in the archive of fulfilled desires. I want now to take you with me, in imagination, to a place that has always existed in the depths of your own being, though the world has never shown it to you. I shall call it the fountain of constant increase. In your mind's eye, stand with me at the edge of an ancient stone plaza. The stones beneath your feet are worn smooth by centuries of quiet footsteps. They are not cold, they hold the memory of sun. A gentle warmth rises through the soles of your feet, up through your legs, into your whole being. All around, the air is still and clear. There is no noise of commerce, no clamor, no hurry, only the soft hush of a place that has known many lives, many prayers, many realizations. At the very center of this wide plaza stands a fountain. It is magnificent, yet simple. No gaudy ornaments, no wasted flourish. It rises from a broad, circular basin carved out of pale stone, the edges rounded by time and touch. In the middle of the basin, a column of stone lifts itself upward in several gentle tiers, each tier broader than the one above, so that water may rise, fall, gather, and rise again. The stone of the fountain glows faintly in the golden light, as if it were lit from within by a living principle. Water is already flowing. You see a clear, shining stream rising from the highest point, leaping upward in a graceful arc, then falling in countless droplets that sparkle like coins in the sun. The water gathers in the upper bowl, then spills over the edge into the next level, and then into the next, and finally into the wide basin at the bottom. From that basin, hidden channels draw it back upward again, so that it may rise once more from the top. Nothing is wasted, nothing is lost. It is a perfect circle of giving and receiving. Around the fountain, arranged in a quiet ring upon the stone, you see clay vessels. They are simple, earthen, hand-shaped, honest. But each one carries, in raised letters, a single word. You walk slowly along the circle, reading. On one vessel, you see, increase on another, multiplication on another, supply. Others bear words such as overflow, returned, expanded, abundance. More than enough. These vessels are not empty. You can feel it. Even before you look inside, you sense that each one contains a measure of this living water, a measure of this principle of constant increase. I say to you gently, this plaza is the law made visible. This fountain is your own consciousness. The water is the substance of life, your awareness, your feeling, your attention. And these vessels are the forms in which increase appears. You stand at the edge of the basin and watch. See how the water behaves. It does not strain. It does not panic. It is not trying to hold itself in one shape. It simply rises, falls, gathers, and rises again. From the deepest unseen source beneath the plaza, up through hidden channels, to the highest tier, then down again, refreshing each level as it passes. This is constant increase. Nothing here is hoarded. The water does not say, I must stay at the top, I dare not fall. It flows. It gives itself, and in giving, it completes the circuit that brings more. This is how wealth in your life is meant to behave. Not as a stagnant pool that you fear to touch, but as a living fountain that continually renews itself as it circulates. I invite you now to step closer. You place your hand on the edge of the lowest basin. The stone is cool, but not cold. As you lean slightly forward, you see your reflection in the water below, not rigid, not fixed, but softly shifting with the ripples. Look at that reflection. This is the one who has believed, perhaps, that provision must be wrestled from the world, that you must cling, protect, struggle, chase, that if something leaves your hand, you are less than you were. But in this place, that belief cannot stand. The fountain itself denies it. Every drop that falls into the basin is drawn back up again, perhaps not as the same droplet, but as the same substance, the same life, the same resource. I say to you, here, nothing given is lost. Here, every gift is a cause, and increase is the effect. Let that sink deeply into you. We move now to one of the clay vessels. You are drawn to the one that bears the word supply. It sits on the stone, quietly present, its surface marked with the slightest traces of hands that formed it long ago. No two curves are perfectly identical. You see the signature of loving craftsmanship. I ask you now in imagination to lift this vessel. You bend, wrap your fingers around its sides, and feel its weight. It is not heavy with burden, it is substantial with promise. You carry it to the very edge of the fountain. I say this vessel represents what you call your income, your resources, your money, all that you think of as supplies in your outer life. We shall fill it not as beggars, but as rightful stewards of an infinite source. You hold the vessel beneath the lowest lip, where water overflows. The water spills into it. You watch as the level rises, first a thin covering at the bottom, then halfway, then almost to the brim. The water is clear, living, sparkling. As the vessel fills, I ask you to notice something in yourself. Do you feel worthy to hold a vessel marked supply, filled from an infinite source? Do you feel a tug of fear? Will it run out? Am I allowed this much? Is there enough for me? Whatever feeling arises, do not judge it. Simply notice it. As you watch this vessel fill to the top, the fountain does not strain, does not dim. Its flow has not lessened because one vessel is now full. There is more, always more. Now very gently, I invite you to do something unusual. I ask you to pour. You tilt the vessel slightly and let a portion of the water spill back into the basin, not in waste, but in circulation. As you pour, notice how your heart reacts. Perhaps, in your past, to let anything go would have felt like loss. But in this plaza, that feeling cannot remain. The moment the water returns to the basin, it is caught up again in the upward flow, lifted through the hidden channels, sent once more to the very top to begin its dance of falling and rising. No drop that leaves your vessel is lost. It is multiplied. You watch. As soon as you pour out, the fountain overflows into your vessel again. It refills, smoothly, without effort. The message is clear. Here, giving completes the circuit that guarantees continuous supply. We set the vessel of supply back down, now glistening with droplets. Next, you turn to another vessel. This one bears the word, increase. You notice the letters are slightly deeper, as if they have been traced many times. You lift this vessel as well. It feels lighter, but strangely more radiant, as though the idea it holds is not enough, but more than enough. As you hold it beneath a higher tier of the fountain, it fills even more quickly. Each time water pours into it, you feel a resonance in your own chest. I say to you, increase is not something you beg for. It is your nature when you align with the law of life. Life desires expression. It desires more of itself. When you embrace the identity of the one through whom wealth can flow, increase is inevitable. You watch this vessel brim to the top. Now I ask you to imagine that this vessel is labeled with something specific in your life. A project, a calling, a business, a talent, a way of serving. See, in imagination, that word appear faintly under the word increase, perhaps the name of your work, or simply this phrase, my finances, or my income, or my giving and receiving. Whatever naturally appears, accept it. Now with that meaning impressed upon the vessel, the water that fills it is no longer abstract. You understand this is the law of increase in that area of your life. You allow the vessel to fill, and as it does, I ask you to quietly accept a new assumption. Everything I place in the river of life returns increased. I do not diminish when I give, I expand. Again, pour a little back into the basin. Watch how swiftly the vessel fills once more. We set this vessel down next to the first. Around the fountain, more vessels wait. You move slowly from one to another. Here is one marked multiplication. Another, overflow another. Returned as you lift each one, you feel the slight differences in weight and texture. Each word carries a distinct vibration. Multiplication feels like surprise, a quiet astonishment at how life can do more with what you offer than logic would predict. Overflow feels like the joy of having enough not only for your needs, but to bless others without calculation. Returned feels like the calm, knowing that nothing truly given in love is lost, that what leaves your hand in faith finds its way back in forms sometimes unexpected, but always appropriate. You fill each vessel gently. You pour some back. Watch the circuit close. Witness the immediate replenishing. And with each act, a new impression is made upon your subconscious. You begin to rewrite the old inner statements that said, if I spend, I am less. If I give, I am diminished. If something leaves, it may never come back. Those old words melt away in the spray of the fountain. They cannot survive in this plaza. Here, the law speaks differently. Every gift initiates expansion. Every release completes a circle. Every circulation calls forth increase. Now I invite you to take one vessel as your own personally, intimately. You look around the ring and choose the one that calls you most. Perhaps it is supply, perhaps increase, perhaps overflow. Perhaps another word has appeared on a vessel just for you. A word like security, freedom, plenty richly provided for whatever vessel you choose. See yourself lift it and hold it against your chest for a moment. Feel it there. This vessel, in this plaza, is your financial life. It is not a ledger sheet of fear. It is a living container that is meant to be filled and refilled, used and replenished, never stagnant, never empty. You carry this vessel to the highest tier you can reach. The water here falls directly from the top. It is bright, almost luminous. As it pours into your chosen vessel, feel that your entire sense of money is being bathed in a new understanding. You are no longer the one who scrapes for drops in a dry land. You are the one who stands openly under a perpetual fountain. You hold the vessel steady as it fills to the brim, and then just a little more so that it almost spills over. This is overflow, not cramped, not tight, not just enough. More than enough. Now very gently, tilt your vessel. Let a clear stream of water pour out from your chosen container, back into the basin, back into the channels, back into the source. As you do this, imagine one of the forms in which you give, paying a bill with ease, blessing a friend, supporting a cause that moves your heart, buying what you genuinely need without fear, saying yes to an opportunity that requires you to commit. See that act of giving as you pour this water out. Watch the stream fall into the basin and join the ever-circulating water. Now observe. Nothing in the fountain hesitates. The flow does not falter. It does not say, wait, you have poured too much, I cannot replace it. Immediately the circuit answers. From the hidden channels below, up through the center, down from the top, more water flows. Your vessel, still curled gently in your hands, fills again, as naturally as your lungs refill after an exhale. In this place, increase is not a petition, it is a law. Walk with me now around the fountain. As we circle, you notice something about the stone plaza under your feet. Carved faintly, all around the outer ring are sentences almost like inscriptions on old temples. You pause to read some of them. One says, give, and it is given unto you. Good measure pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Another, he who has to him shall more be given, and he shall have abundance. Another, all that you send forth in faith returns increased. These are not distant quotations, they are descriptions of the fountain. You realize that for years you may have heard such words as religious sayings or moral advice. Tonight you see them as something much simpler and far more powerful, descriptions of how consciousness operates when it knows itself as source. The fountain does not ask whether it deserves to flow. It flows because that is its nature. Your true self, the I am within you, does not ask whether it deserves increase. It is increase. It is the one life, forever expanding, forever expressing more of itself. We stop at a place where the spray of the fountain is finest, a delicate mist that touches your face and hands. Close, in imagination, the outer eyes and feel that mist. Let it settle upon you like a blessing. In this gentle contact, you accept a new identity. I am not the dry ground begging for rain. I am the fountain of life, expressing as this individual being. Increase is my nature when I live from love and faith. Let that word increase sink from the mind into the body. Feel it in your chest as a soft opening. Feel it along your spine as support. Feel it in your hands as readiness to receive and to give. The old idea that you must clutch or be lost gently loosens. In its place arises a quieter knowing. I am held in the same law that governs this fountain. When I release in confidence, the circuit closes, and increase must follow. Now I invite you to see a very specific scene. In imagination, you take your chosen vessel, the one that now carries both a word and your understanding, and you pour from it into some area of your life. Not here in the plaza, but there in the world where you appear to live. Perhaps you pour into the scene of paying a debt, perhaps into a moment of generosity, perhaps into the simple act of meeting your own needs without apology. See the water from the fountain pouring through that vessel into the scene. As you pour, feel the same assurance you felt here. Nothing is lost. What I give moves in a circle. It returns increased. Now watch as that scene gently shifts. In your mind's eye, see a later moment, a letter arriving, a sum appearing, an opportunity opening, a door swinging wide. You understand that is the return of the water. Not the same droplet, but the same life, the same substance, now multiplied and shaped to meet you in another form. Back in the plaza, you see your vessel filling again. This is the law. Every gift given in the consciousness of abundance initiates expansion. We stand together now at the very center of the plaza. The fountain rises before us, its steady breathing of water up and down, like the lungs of the universe. I say to you, the outer world has taught you to believe in decrease. It has told you that there is not enough, that you must fight, compete, hoard, defend. But I tell you, in the depth of your own being, this fountain has never ceased to flow. Every time you loved, every time you gave with a willing heart, every time you trusted enough to release, the water of your life flowed in harmony with this law. Tonight you have come here consciously. You have seen with the inner eye what has always been true. Increase is the natural law here. Look once more at the words on the vessels around you. Increase, multiplication, supply, overflow, returned, abundance. Let them impress themselves upon you, not as hopeful slogans, but as descriptions of how your finances behave when you align with the truth that you are not separate from the source. In this place, I invite you to choose one sentence that captures this law for you personally. Perhaps, everything I give returns multiplied, or my finances are governed by constant increase, or my supply circulates and expands. Nothing is lost, or I live under the law of overflow. Whatever rises naturally in you, accept it. Now in the heart of this plaza, speak that sentence inwardly as you look at the fountain. Let the words and the image join. You are impressing this upon your subconscious, not as a wish, but as a fact you have witnessed in symbol. You have seen the water rise and fall and rise again. You have held the vessels in your hands. You have poured out and seen them refilled. Now you say, my life is like this. Feel that, very gently, we begin to step back toward the edge of the plaza. The fountain continues its endless song of rising and falling water. The vessels remain, quietly soaking in droplets of spray, ready for any soul who will, in imagination, come and learn. But you are not truly leaving. You are only shifting the focus of your awareness. This plaza is not in some distant land. It is in your own depths. Anytime the old fear of decrease whispers, you may return here. You will remember the clay vessel in your hands, the feeling of pouring out without loss, the sight of immediate replenishing. You will remember the words carved into the stone. All that you send forth in faith returns increased, and you will quietly assume once more, I am governed by the fountain of constant increase. My giving and my receiving are one movement. My supply circulates and multiplies. Nothing true is ever lost. As the image of the plaza begins to soften in the distance of your mind, keep one thing vividly with you, the sense of circulation. Not only water in stone basins, but money, ideas, help, kindness, opportunities moving through your life, like the rising and falling of that gentle fountain. You are not outside of that movement, trying to catch a few drops. You are inside it, part of its law, an expression of its nature. Say quietly within yourself, I am one with the fountain of constant increase. What I give returns multiplied. My life is under the law of supply, overflow, and expansion. Increase is my natural state. Rest in that. For in the eternal plaza of your imagination, the fountain is flowing now, and now, and now, and now, and it will not cease. And now, my dear friend, we have come to the quiet edge of this journey. You have walked with me, in imagination, through chambers of wealth, gardens of provision, harbors, treasuries, fountains, orchards, lighthouses, rivers, conservatories, archives, and ancient plazas of increase. But understand this clearly. You were never merely a visitor, you were the owner returning home. Every scene you have just explored lives within you. Every door you opened in yourself. Every light you touched in your own consciousness. Every vessel that filled and refilled was your own capacity to receive. Tonight, you have not been trying to make something happen. You have been accepting what already is, in the only place that matters, in your imagination, in your feeling, in your inner assumption. I have said, again and again, that your own wonderful human imagination is God. Not a distant God, not a far-off power to be bargained with, but the very life that thinks and feels as I am in you. If you have followed me with a willing heart, then you have done the one thing necessary. You have slept in the end. You have allowed yourself to feel, even for moments, what it is to be the one who is already provided for, already supplied, already wealthy, already at rest in abundance. You have tried on the garments of I am wealthy now. I receive while I rest. I am always provided for. Everything that concerns me is resolved in my favor with grace and perfect timing. And having worn these garments in imagination, you will find, in due season, that life itself will rearrange to clothe you in them outwardly. Do not look tomorrow at your outer world and say, nothing has changed. You cannot plant a seed tonight and judge the soil by looking at the surface in the morning. Creation is finished. What you have done in consciousness is already a fact in the unseen, waiting to appear on the screen of space in the most natural, orderly, and seemingly ordinary ways. You may receive a letter, a sum of money, an idea, an invitation, a change in attitude, a new opportunity, and you will be tempted to call it chance. Do not do that. Recognize it for what it is, your own assumption returning to you in the form most suited to your world. Tonight, as you drift fully into sleep, you need do nothing more. You have impressed the subconscious. You have given it clear images, clear feelings, clear sentences to carry I am wealthy now. Funds land easily before they are needed. I receive with ease. I give with joy. I circulate light, faithfully. I am governed by constant increase. Let these truths now sink below the threshold of thought. The subconscious does not sleep. It is the fertile soil of God within you, and it will take what you have felt as real and bring it forth in your world. Do not try to force anything. Do not strain. Do not begin again tomorrow to beg and plead for what you have already claimed tonight. Instead, walk as one who has. When doubt arises, and it may, you do not argue with it. You simply return, quietly, inwardly, to the end you have already assumed. I have it now. I am that now. I live from the state of the one who is already supplied. You need not repeat long formulas. A simple inner knowing is enough. The law is impartial, utterly faithful, completely dependable. It will not betray you. You may forget. It never forgets. You may wander for a day back into old thoughts. The seed planted tonight remains. Return then to it as you would return to a room you love, and rest again in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Remember also this: money, wealth, supply. These are shadows. Useful, yes. Pleasant, yes. But still shadows. The substance is consciousness. The great gift is not coins nor notes, but the discovery that you are the operant power, that your inner word felt as true is the only creative cause in your world. This realization is the true riches. Out of it, all outer wealth flows easily and naturally, without fear of loss, for you know the source is not the bank, nor the employer, nor the market, nor the outer condition. The source is within you. Tonight, as you surrender yourself to deeper sleep, let a single gentle assurance rest in you. It is done. It is sealed. It is unfolding. Not will be done, not may be done, not perhaps. It is done in consciousness and must, by the law of its own nature, become fact in your world. So I bless you now, not as one apart from you, but as the very imagination speaking in you. May you know yourself as the wealthy one. May you walk softly, calmly, confidently, knowing that you are always carried, always supplied, always increased as you give and receive in love. And may your nights be the workshop where splendid things are born, and your days the stage upon which they appear. Sleep now in the end. Sleep as the one who has. Sleep as the one who is already blessed, already provided for, already at home in abundance. Rest, beloved imagination. Rest, wealthy one. The law is at work. The harvest is certain. And in ways you cannot yet foresee, life is already saying yes to what you have dared to assume. It is done.